Yeah, but they're not Utah Valley.
But they're a proven commodity over decades. And Utah Valley, I don't even know how long they've been D1.
Yeah, is Utah Valley done away? Is that a renamed school like Dixie State was or something like that?
I told you to start the show. I was shocked that Utah Valley leads the series 1-0 over UAB, that they've actually played a game against UAB. If you had said to me, we did not have the rights to Utah State or Utah in a video game, and we had to replace them with Utah Valley, I would have said, okay, I see what you had. Or BYU. We don't have the rights for BYU because the Mormons would not give us up to the fine folks at EA Sports. So you had to play Utah Valley in the new Big 12. I'd said, oh, that's BYU.
They're in the WAC from Orem, Utah. Rockstar will love this. Their first coach's name was Dick Hunsaker.
Hell yes. I love a good hunter.
Richard says that was the Eson era, dark times for the program that they lost to Utah Valley.
Must have been. Oh, Dick Hunsaker, Rockstar. He coached them up, man.
He did. He's a good motivational speaker.
You ought to see his photo, too. You'd love it.
Toupee or no?
Not a toupee. Strong mustache, though, for Dick Hunsaker.
How about Brian Cox's last line of the first episode? It looks like a scrotum wearing a toupee.
He did. How about that guy that was giving the news?
And all I can think about, because I watched it again last night, was when they cast the guy, his agent, hey, I got you a part.
All right. I'm on Succession?
We need somebody that looks like a scrotum wearing a toupee.
I don't care. I've done commercials in my entire life. I'm ready to get in.
And the other news has been the portal, which is starting to, I think it was up to 600 when we were driving up to Louisville the other day. So who knows how many basketball players are in the portal as we sit here today. But Nimari Burnett of Alabama is one of the names that are in there. Trey Hoare and Westry of Auburn are in there. Caleb Love is in there. Jordan Wright's in there. Joe Girard is one, as if you're an Auburn fan, to keep an eye on. Played at Syracuse. He's received offers from Tennessee, Auburn, LSU, Florida, or Arkansas, or at least interest, according to him. So that'll be interesting to watch as well. And then we get to the fact that Brandon Miller is the NABC, National Association of Basketball Coaches, Freshman of the Year. So congratulations to Brandon on what was a fantastic year for him over at Alabama. So our final thought today involves the National Football League, and we saved this for the very end because I am a little tired of talking about these two guys. But I'll ask you here at the end, how close are we to the end of Lamar Jackson and Aaron Rodgers, these sagas? Is this something that could be done tomorrow, or are we going to be doing this to the draft?
Yeah, I think we're really close based on the fact that when Aaron Rodgers made his announcement on the Pat McAfee show, he said that there hadn't been any communication. Then you've got front office general manager coming out today saying that Aaron Rodgers basically has ghosted them.
Yep.
That shows somebody is lying.
And the most important thing that the general manager from the Packers said, we don't necessarily need a first-round pick. I thought that was big, too.
Yeah, I think they're ready to get this deal done. And with Lamar, the timing – there was no coincidence that he dropped that bomb right when John Harbaugh sat down with the media.
But we thought for Aaron Rodgers leaving Green Bay that everybody was going to hold the Jets hostage here and demand, a couple of first, whatever the Broncos gave up for Russell Wilson. But it looks like that's not the case.
Well, the Jets now can go to Lamar Jackson, so they've got another option. So they can go to Lamar and say, "Hey, the Jets can call Green Bay and say, you guys don't want to get the deal done. This is what we can give you. If not, we're going to Lamar Jackson." But I think
that's a good point, yeah.
And then Aaron could just retire, and then you're left with Jordan Love and nothing.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, all those things are on the table right now, which I think is why you see Green Bay being like, okay, we'll play ball now.
Yeah, we don't have to have a first-round draft pick.
Right.
Let's just get this done to know who we are and what we're doing. All right, fun show today in places, adventures, and others. Happy birthday to Ryan Brown. Send him your love on social media, where he said yesterday he would not clap back at you. He's very calm on social media.
Did not say that. That's you putting words in my mouth again. Jeff.
Yeah, well, attack him on social media. See if he claps back at you.
Troy, that was Joshua.
All right.
What's the name of the villain, the first lethal weapon?
Joshua.
Is it Gary Busey?
Yeah, Gary Busey.
Yeah, good one. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Fun show ahead. Looking forward to talking with Connor O'Gara, who will be with us in 1 hour from Saturday Down South to talk a little college football with him. Nimari Burnett, who got bumped from our show yesterday because of a fire in our building we had to evacuate. He is back on the schedule today. He'll be with us at 10:25 Central Time. That starts hour number 2. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas to see if Vegas is still standing after all these upsets in the NCAA tournament. He'll be with us at 12 noon to start the final hour. LT off today, handling a little business for our company. That's Ryan Brown. I'm Jim Dunaway, Rockstar. Lunsford, Tyler on the back row. Forster still on vacation, and Taylor Korn is handling everything on social media at Next Round Live, And remember to like and subscribe wherever you are. So as we get going today, we start with the big story in our state here in Alabama, and it's become a great talking point for all the basketball folks who are traveling today on their way to Houston. And that's what Conference USA has done in the postseason. 17-1 now in the postseason. Dang it, Rice. Rice was 1-1 in the CBI.
The CBI.
Charlotte won the CBI, so they didn't lose. Florida Atlantic is still alive in the NCAA tournament, the one that counts for the championship. They're in the Final Four, first time ever. And then there's the NIT, where North Texas and UAB will play for the championship tomorrow night, the NIT title. UAB wins it last night, 88-86 in overtime in what was an entertaining basketball game out in Vegas.
It's kind of funny. I've been seeing that tweet, and I've been doing the math, and I'm like, okay, so I'm like, this number can't be right. You got UAB and North Texas. And I was like, who lost the game, and how is it this many numbers? Because Florida Atlantic hasn't lost, UAB hasn't lost, North Texas hasn't lost. And I'm like, somebody's got the number wrong. I can't figure it out. I'd completely forgotten that there was a CBI. I had I'd forgotten we even discussed that the other day.
Yeah, Charlotte won the CBI out of CUSA. Rice was 1-1. That's the one loss. They're all going to the American.
Yeah,
but it's a great way to head out.
It is. That's what's crazy. And I guess, for UAB, well, no, I don't guess. I mean, for UAB and North Texas, this will be their last meeting as Conference USA teams. I mean, this will be it when they play. So they got a double-double last night out of Brewer, and they needed every single bit of it. I mean, Utah Valley would not go away, and they end up winning that game in overtime.
Yeah, to go back to UAB and North Texas, the rivalry that's so good, let's do it 4 times.
Yeah, I know.
North Texas, they swept the regular season series, 2 wins over UAB. UAB gets them in the tournament, and they'll play in the NIT championship. But last night wasn't Jelly's night of shooting. He tried, though. He scored 17, had a chance to win it a couple of times in regulation for UAB and couldn't get it to drop. But Ty Brewer with his career night, 30 points, 12 rebounds, and UAB wins this thing. If you're a UAB fan, there's a couple of games you watch this year that late in the contest, it slipped away. They lost a few heartbreakers. A couple of them to, at least one to Florida Atlantic that's in the Final Four down in Boca, a game that UAB fans thought they probably should have won. The tournament game with the FAU wasn't close, but the one down there was. They beat them up here at Bartow. But last night late, after leading double digits, it looked like they were going to let this one slip away against Utah Valley.
It did. I mean, it got scary there, and it ends up in overtime. And again, like I said, Utah Valley just would not go away. You got to give Mark Madsen and his team credit for what they did. But UAB able to hold on, get the win. And, look, it's been no mystery how this show feels about the NIT. It's also no mystery how we feel about Andy and that team. We love Andy. Andy is on with us every week, Andy Kennedy. Jelly Walker is on with us every week. We love those guys. If you're going to get in it, you may as well win it, right? I mean, nobody sets out their season to say, hey, let's play in the NIT. But once that is your fate, once you have been dealt that card, you may as well just win the dang thing. I mean, if you're going to play it, you may as well win it. So, hey, great for UAB if they can do that. Get, what would that be, win number 30, I think?
Yeah, it would be the 30th win. The most in program history. It'd be the first NIT championship. In fact, last night was the first time UAB had won a semifinal game. They had been to that point 2 other times in the NIT, and they get the win, so they go on to the championship game for the first time ever. But they had been 0-2 in semifinal games, so the victory comes last night. Trey Jemison, Jelly Walker has already set some records at UAB. Trey Jemison is on the verge of setting another one. He's at 322 rebounds in a season. He's 3 away from, setting the single season record for rebounds. He's been fantastic down the stretch. And if you're watching the game last night, there was a big moment in the contest late where Trey Jemison switches off a big guy to a smaller guard on the perimeter and just busts up a play that helped UAB win the game. He was just fantastic, moving laterally across the perimeter, guarding a guard, a shooter, and kept him from scoring. And just absolutely a tremendous play from Trey Jemison. So it's UAB in North Texas tomorrow night. They'll play that game at 8:40 Central, and you'll be able to watch it on ESPN2. The game before that was North Texas beating Wisconsin. What was amazing about this, and you may have seen that on your ticker last evening, Wisconsin, who led at the half 41-29, they end up with only 54 points in the game. They scored 13 second-half points, Wisconsin did, and they did not score a single point from 9 minutes and 7 seconds to the end of the game, and that allowed North Texas to win 56-54. I'll say that again.
Because I don't even know how it's possible.
They did not score a single point in the final 9 minutes and 7 seconds. A Big Ten team, North Texas, shut them down in the second half, and the Mean Green move on now. There you see the score there, 56-54. The win probability.
Look at that.
Just fell off a cliff.
Yeah. I don't know how that's even possible. I mean, like, at some point you're going to get fouled and go to the free throw stripe. I mean, just at some point you got to find a way to score. I don't see how you can go the last 9 minutes of the game without scoring. That does not compute.
So UAB in North Texas tomorrow night in the NIT. A lot of fun out there for Blazer fans who are already in Vegas or are making the trip out there as UAB tries to hang a banner at Bartow Arena. And Conference USA, either way, will have a championship and a team in the main Final Four in the NCAA tournament. A couple of championships with Charlotte, and all very good for the American Conference. They kept showing the CUSA commissioner, and she was courtside there, and she's on her way to Houston, too. Probably after Thursday night, she'll go down and hang out with FAU, of course, at the NCAA tournament Final Four. What really is funny, you obviously are going to take credit for this, but I wonder if the AAC commissioner is also there going, those are our guys.
That's right. That's who
our
we picked.
guys
We
right
picked
there.
the right ones. I mean, if you're Conference USA, you really can't take much of a victory lap here because all it is doing is highlighting the fact that all these teams are bailing from your conference and going to the American. I mean, if you're American, you kind of got to be careful too. But, I mean, if I'm the American, I'm more likely to victory lap over this than if I'm Conference USA. If I'm the American, I'm saying, look at who we picked. I mean, you don't think we can pick the teams? We love basketball in this conference. Look who we picked.
Next year, I'm sure they can steal Bill Walton's line and call the American the Conference of Champions.
I mean, what if they win all three? I mean, they're going to win 2 of the 3.
It's never happened
case.
before, by the
Yeah.
way, that the three postseason tournaments have been won by the same conference.
Well, they're about to win the easiest 2. The next one they would have to win to be their toughest challenge.
The one that
The Florida Atlantic has got to beat, San Diego State and probably UConn.
Yeah, the one that matters the most is the NCAA tournament. That, of course, cranks back up Saturday with a doubleheader there. The women go on Friday. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness, and then we'll jump in to some NFL news, which is pretty big to start the show here. But before I tell you about Way to Wellness, you guys are talking about it in the chat room, and we want to send our thoughts and prayers up to Huntsville. One of our markets from back in the radio days, and of course here in the state of Alabama. Officer-involved shooting last night that left one officer dead, Officer Garrett Crumby, who dies a hero, coming to the rescue of a female shooting victim at the gun of a male who, I won't give his name, as we're trying to get away from naming the shooters in our country. But he is getting non-life-threatening treatment in a hospital there in Huntsville and will go to jail and spend the rest of his life. He shoots Garrett Crumby, who passes away last night. So our thoughts and prayers to Huntsville, the family. I saw the Facebook post from the wife of Officer Crumby about what a funny, loyal husband he was. And so our thoughts and prayers to that family and to the other officer, Officer Morin, who is in critical condition in the hospital there. The female victim who they saved, who they rescued, also in the hospital after receiving gunshot wounds herself. So just a terrible scene in Huntsville. Please know that we're thinking about you guys as we continue the show today and go off of what we were dealing with yesterday in the aftermath of the Nashville shooting, something we talked about on the show a couple of times yesterday. So our thoughts and prayers up there with you guys. Our friends at Way to Wellness want to remind you, if you're looking to jumpstart your weight loss in 2023, you can do that easily by going to this website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Leslie and her board-certified team will help you there to basically get your life healthy again, whether it's eating properly, controlling your blood pressure, your cholesterol. They've got a plan for all of that there. All you have to do is go check it out. It is a free, no-cost consultation. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and that first consultation's free. All you have to do is go to the website, planforme.com, planforme.com, and they will set you up an appointment there to meet Leslie and her team there. Way to Wellness is the website. No contracts. You're not locked into it if you don't like it. Free consultation, and there are no sign-up fees. It's really easy to start, easy to stay on. It's planforme.com, planforme.com. That's the website. Your journey to healthy living with our friends at Way to Wellness. So the NFL did some things yesterday. They did a lot of things yesterday. They approved some things and they rejected some things. So let's start with what they rejected, because I think this is significant. They rejected the emergency number 3 quarterback on the roster.
Which I don't get.
Well, first off, it costs you money to have an emergency number 3 quarterback on the roster. That's another salary you have to pay. Now, are you paying him a ton? No.
Yeah, but aren't you, I mean, there's a chance you're paying a guy on your practice squad that, right? I mean, why? I don't understand why it's that big of an issue. So if I've got a practice squad, there's a chance I've got a quarterback on that practice squad. So I'm paying him that either way.
There's a chance you've got one. I don't think it's mandated.
It's not mandated.
Like,
no.
I don't think the practice squad is necessarily as big as.
No, I think it's 7 players.
Yeah, 7. I was going to say 9. I think it's 7 or 9 players.
Yeah, 7 or 9 players. But, you know, if you could even do it that way, say allow, one more spot on the practice squad as long as it's quarterback or something like that. I just don't understand, if you're going to pay a practice squad, why not have an emergency quarterback on there that can be your game day emergency quarterback? This seems like such an easy, cheap fix for the NFL. Yeah. But for some reason, the owners are completely against it.
Yeah, so they went no on the emergency quarterback. You can choose to have 3 quarterbacks if you want to on your 53-man roster. They expanded the roster a few years ago to allow you, if you want to have another quarterback on there, or, you know, there's a lot of teams that have, you know, the slash players, as we called it back in the 90s, that can play quarterback if you get to that emergency situation. But coming off what we saw in the NFC Championship game, nobody enjoyed that, I don't think. When Brock Purdy went down, Garoppolo was hurt. You know, you just had no quarterback out there that could play at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, I've said this, and obviously as a Dolphins fan, this hits pretty close to home. We had Skylar Thompson, a third-team quarterback, starting in a playoff game and almost beat Buffalo with him. I mean, what could that have been? You know, I don't know. But if you're going to institute the concussion rules the way they do it now in the NFL, so if a guy just hits his head or if a guy just stumbles one time and he's done for the game, and then you're down to 1 quarterback, it doesn't make any sense to me. The NFL doesn't look at that and say, why would we not have a quarterback that is not active, but in that situation where in the concussion protocol we've removed the starting quarterback, that guy then becomes active. That's the only way he can become active. He can't become active if your 2 quarterbacks struggle. The only way is if he's in the concussion protocol. It just doesn't, if you're going to do it
not
that
even
way.
A broken leg from the other 2.
I guess you could at least discuss that, but to me, the concussion protocol is something that is cut and dry because the league makes that decision.
I just assume that it is, it's a cost-cutting measure. It's the only way I can look at it.
It can't be that much cost in it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm glad they didn't go the hockey route where it was all-time quarterback for either team that just sits at the stadium and goes in and can wear either uniform of the teams that are playing. I'm glad they didn't do that.
I've never really understood how that works in hockey. I mean, like, dude lives in Detroit. You telling me he's not a Red Wings fan?
Yeah, but he could play for the Red Wings or the visiting team.
That's right.
Depending on the emergency that's needed. The other thing they voted down, and I didn't know this was proposed. Maybe all you did, and I missed this. And to be honest, I wouldn't hate this. I wouldn't hate this if we did it this way. And it would have impacted my Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year. But there was a proposal that the owners rejected. Remember, this is the part they rejected, to seed wild card teams, ahead of 500 or below division champions.
So if I win my division now at 8-9, I could fall behind. Now, if I'm 9-8, I'm fine, right?
That's right. If you're 9 or 8, but
if I'm 8-9,
in fact, if you're 500, I think, because it says below 500, so you would have to have a losing record.
Well, a losing record, yeah. I mean, you can't be 500. There's 17 games, so
right.
Yeah. So if I've got a losing record,
8 or 9,
if I'm 8-9,
7-10.
Yeah, if I'm 7-10 and I win my division, I could be seated below a wild card. As long as I got a winning record, I don't have to worry about that.
I think, didn't Tampa Bay end up being 9-8 maybe last year?
Yeah, I think y'all were 9-8.
Were we 8-9?
No, I think you were 9-8 because I think everybody else in the division was 7-10.
Yeah, we were trending very close to being and Seattle's done it before in recent history of being a losing record or 500 in the playoffs. What are you saying, Lunsford?
You were 8-9.
So we were 8-9. We were losing record too. So we were 8-9 in last year. We lost the final game, I guess. And so this is why this became interesting, because you have a lot of teams who have 11 wins and they end up being a wild card team, or 10 wins. I would have been okay with this. Division champions reign supreme, and you get the better seeding. But, I mean, if you're the best wild card team and you were playing my Tampa Bay Bucks, you shouldn't have been scared, and they weren't last year. I understand you get a home game, I guess, as a wild card team. I can understand why they did not vote this in to keep the emphasis on winning your division. Would you have changed this?
Well, I mean, but there would still be an emphasis on winning your division because, in theory, I mean, I'll just use your division as an example. Last year in the NFC South, 3 teams finished 7-10. You guys finished 8-9. I mean, there was a race really to the final weekend to win that division. So there was still an emphasis on winning the division because you had to win it to get in the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, I think if a team's got a losing record, their only path into the playoffs is winning their division. They're not going to get in as a wild card. So I don't think it would lose the emphasis on winning the division. I think what happens here is,
well, you lose that home game.
That's it. Yeah, that's what happens here is the owners don't want to lose the home game. I mean, that would be why because they could all envision themselves in a situation where I could be that team one day that is 8-9, and I've just cost myself a home game with this vote.
And if you look around the history of the league, this year it was the NFC South. It has been very close to being the AFC South before. It has definitely been the NFC West before. I want to say it's been the NFC East before as well, that it's been right at 500 or a losing record to be in the playoffs, just really a bad league. So that's another one they rejected.
I mean, you guys ended up hosting Dallas, who was obviously the better team.
Absolutely.
I mean, they drilled you guys in the playoff. What was it, like 31-14?
And probably deserved to really have a home game.
Yeah, I mean, they had obviously done more this season. They just so happened to be in the same division as Philadelphia, who was a Super Bowl team.
That's right. And then there's the other one that I think some of you are really disappointed by. Being the older guy, I really haven't loved this yet. But I don't love the way we do onside kicks either anymore, because nobody's ever going to get an onside kick again. It just doesn't seem likely. Like it's a better chance of winning the lottery. But I think
there were 3 successful ones all season last year.
They voted down the XFL's 4th and 20 as being part of the NFL. You run a 4th and 20 play and just continue from wherever you complete the ball and continue your drive. That got voted down yesterday, and I know that disappoints you because you like that.
Well, I like it now. There are a lot of people I have learned because of my support of this who say I don't want the onside kick to be easy to convert. I don't think it should be. I don't think you should be behind. Like if you need an onside kick, don't fall behind by 14 points. So there are a lot of people that are like, I want it hard. I think it mucks the game up or tricks the game up if it's easier to get. I mean, I don't know how much easier a 4th and 20. Is that what the suggestion was? Because I think most of the other leagues have been like 4th and 12.
4th and 20 was the NFL suggestion.
I mean, do you know how it might be just as easy to get an onside kick as it is to convert a 4th and 20?
Not with now that they limit the number of players that have to be on each side of the ball. Like in the old days when you put everybody on one side. To me, I know it was a bunch of. It was like taking 10 people and running them at full speed against 11 people and just bodies and humanity crashing into each other. But it seems like there were more onside kicks then than there are now.
If I got this right, I think it was 3 out of 68. I'm going to be close on that number, so forgive me one way or the other this year. I think that's 4%. I don't know what your 4th and 20 conversion rate is. I would guess somewhere around 4%. I think it's about the same, really.
Yeah.
4th and 20 is hard to pick up in the NFL.
Rougham 15 says Pete Golding's Alabama defense would give up 21 yards on a 4th and 20.
Get him, boys.
Rough
Or
'em. Rough 'em.
Yeah, I mean,
Fourth and 15 in the XFL.
Yeah, which
says
I
John.
like better. 4th and 15, 4th and 12, you got a better shot. 4th and 20, it's still.
But you said you wanted it to be hard. You said it's a better shot.
No. I say a lot of people. I'm not saying that. A lot of people say they want it hard.
Yeah.
Like when I've discussed this, people say they want it to be hard.
Yeah, don't fall behind. You were saying other people.
I'm saying other people say
don't
that.
fall
I'm
behind.
not saying that. No.
I like it the old
that's
way.
People who clap back at it.
I like it the old way. It seemed like we had some success rate, but it was very hard to get an onside kick. But they voted those down. Some things they voted for yesterday, right after Brownie tells us about our friends at NASCAR as we get ready to go racing at Talladega coming up. It turns April here a little bit later this week, and then we go racing at Talladega about a month from now.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's what you need to know about. It is the 2023 Geico 500 weekend, April 21 through April 23rd. Capping off of that Geico 500 on Sunday, April 23rd. You can add the Talladega Garage experience to any ticket. It's presented by Cool Ray. You can see everything. It is the most immersive at NASCAR. See everything you get right there at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Don't forget the big one on the Boulevard Friday, the Cole Swindell concert. All of that right there at Talladega Superspeedway. Find out more by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Reserve your spot today, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, quickly here before we take our first break. The NFL said it's okay to allow sports books inside stadiums and for them to stay open during games. Okay. I just gave you the stuff they rejected. Extra emergency quarterback costs you money. Giving up a division champion home game would cost you money. And the 4th and 20 doesn't cost you
money. Could cost you a game.
They are allowing in stadiums sports books and allowing them to stay open during the game, making money.
That's correct.
You can bet during that.
I don't really see why that's a problem. If you're going to have them, what does it matter if they're open in the game or not? I don't see how that's an issue.
I don't either. But
yeah, I mean, if you're going to have them in there, why does it matter if they close a kick or if they're open during the game? Other than it might keep people out of their seats, I don't know.
You have the potential for more than one Thursday night game now.
I saw this, the whole flex to Thursday night. They
voted down the flex part.
That's one thing they were discussing.
Yeah, they were going to flex late in the year to a Thursday night. They voted that down, but they've left open the possibility that, if they do have a superstar or somebody or whatever, they can have multiple games on Thursday night. I don't know if anybody really is excited about that or not. The Thursday night NFL took a big hit when they went streaming. Hopefully that number comes back, but the numbers were way down this past year, right?
Yeah, I mean, it went down. The Thursday night NFL just has never clicked for me. It just doesn't feel right. Like Thursday night college football got to a point, ACC went pretty heavy and they were pretty well attended, and it just felt like college football. The Thursday night NFL game has never felt like the NFL to me.
I agree.
It feels out of place.
I agree. I like the first Thursday night to open with.
I agree.
And then I like Sunday and Monday for the NFL, and that's it. I don't like Thursday night NFL, but what it has done, it's ruined our Thursday night college football.
Oh, yeah. There's nobody that's willing to play Thursday night college football.
Yeah.
None of the schools are willing to move, and ESPN really doesn't give us many good games.
That's right, because they don't want to go against the NFL.
Yeah.
Caleb says the NFL Thursday night games were not exciting as far as matchups this year.
They were pretty bad.
So it hurt that they moved to streaming, and the matchups were not good. Now, I thought Herb Street and Al Michaels were fantastic together. The games just weren't very good.
Yeah, they weren't great games. It was interesting. I don't want to dig too deep into this. They did take an overall hit on their audience when they moved to streaming, but what they ended up with was a younger, more affluent audience.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, I know. Weird how that happens. Fewer people watching, but what they got for NFL ad selling purposes and Amazon purposes was a little bit of a younger, more affluent audience.
And the other thing they approved, and this is another moneymaker, because guess what? People are going to change jersey numbers. They are allowing in the NFL, like we are in college, the number 0 now. The first person to sign up for number 0 former Alabama wide receiver Calvin Ridley, who's with a new team down in Jacksonville.
He's looking to change his image, isn't he?
And so he will be a zero the hero, Calvin Ridley of the Jacksonville Jaguars there. He was the first player to sign on and say, I'm switching to zero. Micah Parsons hinted that he would, but he was only joking on social media. So that's what the NFL rejected and approved yesterday at their owners' meeting. We started the show with UAB's big win over Utah Valley last night. They'll play North Texas for the championship on Thursday of the NIT. Connor Aguera and Nimari Burnett over the next 60 minutes here on the show. When we come back, though, I want to have a blue blood question with you guys.
All right. Cut my arm?
Nope, you do not.
Good.
I don't know what that means. So, to show you that you whether have blue blood or not.
Yeah, I didn't know where we were going with this.
Blue blood in basketball. Where do we draw the line? Because UConn, I think we've decided, is a blue blood in college basketball. We'll talk about that. And where do you draw the line in football on the blue bloods? The conversation will start next on the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com. 2 great locations up I-65 north of Birmingham.
You know, if we're going to have a go bag, Rockstar, we need to put a Johnston RV out there in the parking lot just in case we ever have to.
Just put that bad boy in park and put a brick at the wheel.
Yeah, just in case we ever have to evacuate. We got a place to stay and do the show. Johnston RV Center tells you make every weekend spring break right now. Every weekend spring break. They've got a great selection of RVs there at I-65 exit 304 in Coleman and 334 in Decatur. You're going to find the best deals in Alabama on fifth wheels, travel trailers, motor homes, and toy haulers. And you're going to get a lifetime warranty on anything you buy new or used under 2 years of age. All of that right there at Johnston RV Center. You can see more online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on the next round. LT out today. D&B with you, along with Rockstar Lunsford. Lunsford, can you give me Lunsford's microphone? Now, you're telling me, what about the Thursday night NFL ratings numbers? Explain that to me again.
Well, I mean, it's what Brown said. It's a smaller audience, which I know is strictly just what has the biggest number nowadays, but the audience changed to be younger. It changed to be, better financially, like higher household incomes. It changed to be more educated. It changed. Like, that's what Amazon wants in buying it, and that's what I think the NFL wants in getting a newer, younger audience that has, I guess, better demographics for what they would want to share to potential, like, sponsors and stuff like that. So, like, number-wise, everybody looks at it and says, oh, the game sucked this year. It moved online. I don't know how to find it. You know, people like Lance that don't know how to work Amazon. Like, it's people complain about it, and then they see the numbers and say, well, it makes sense to me, and then they walk off without looking deeper into what the numbers actually are. One person with better buying power is better than 10 people with no buying power. It's all about how you make the money.
Yeah. That is something to keep in mind when you hear stories coming out of this weekend in the Final Four. There is no doubt in my mind that the ratings will be tremendously lower this weekend for the Final Four than, say, last year.
Yeah, the Elite Eight ratings were down.
Yeah, we had Duke and North Carolina playing last year, and there are just more options, and it's that time of year, so the basketball numbers are going to be down. But I wrote this down. Ad revenue for the NCAA tournament is up 22% this year. Is that good? Ad revenue up 22%.
I'd like up 22%.
Yeah, it was the most watched first round ever.
That's surprising to me.
In the NCAA tournament. And it greatly outdraws the NCAA tournament, greatly outdraws the NBA playoffs, not NBA regular season, the NBA playoffs. But you're going to see a lot of stories this week about, the Final Four ratings are down because there's no brand names in there, blah, 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 blah. And you just have to take that into context, because ultimately, for people like you or me or anyone else, the television ratings really don't matter. I don't know when that became such a big deal to the sports fan, the general public, about television ratings. You know who television ratings should matter? The people who are buying the ads and a lot more of the networks. It doesn't really matter to the sports fan. What it does, Brown, and you got to admit this is right, to sports fans, it sets up a conversation or a portrait that this event wasn't as meaningful as other events, or this league isn't as important as other leagues or something.
I just know from my experience, I get asked each week, anytime Alabama plays a big game, I get asked about the TV ratings on Twitter, because I think a lot of fans, Alabama fans, the reason I point this out is they have been in the highest rated games year after year for the Saban era, basically.
They put some value in that for them on just how important
they
are.
That's how important we are. Ohio State and Michigan fans, because routinely that's the highest rated regular season game of the year, sometimes even higher rated in the conference championship games. They take a great deal of pride in that. Outside of that, I agree with you. I don't know that the general fan really gives a rip. The extent to which you should care is the extent to which what you're saying, it brings in ad revenue, because the more ESPN can make on the SEC deal, the more they're willing to pay for future SEC deals, which is the more you can pay to build stadiums and arenas and pay coaches. I mean, that's the relation to TV ratings and you as the fan.
Yeah, so it'll be a weekend where you'll hear a lot about bad television ratings, but don't let that take away the fun of watching off-brand FAU against off-brand San Diego State and UConn and Miami.
But let me tell you one more thing you're going to hear that is an absolute truth. The ticket is more expensive for the women's Final Four than the men's Final Four on the secondary market. Yeah. Now,
smaller arena, but still.
But it's yesterday I looked. The get-in for Friday was $300 for the women, $80 for the men.
Yeah.
Now, again, you're talking about in Houston, they're going to have 70,000 seats available. I think the women's is in Dallas at American Airlines, if I'm not mistaken.
Could be
wrong about that.
I do think you're right, yes.
Yeah, and, probably 20-some-odd thousand in there.
I know that because our friend of Taylor Tannenbaum, ACC Network's heading there, I believe.
Okay. So 3 times the seats available in Houston. So you can see why there would be a difference.
Yeah.
But you're going to see that story a lot that, hey, it's more expensive to get into the women's Final Four, the women's championship, than it is the men's. And that is a truth. I mean, I looked at it yesterday.
Hey, but and with good reason. South Carolina is unbeaten. They're a dynasty. They're hard to beat. They're what UConn used to be. And then before that, what Tennessee was. And before that, what Louisiana Tech was. They are a dynasty right now. And they're playing basically the Michael Jordan of women's basketball in Caitlin Clark.
It's true.
Who is a triple-double machine. And they play Friday. And, oh, by the way, before that, you have Kim Mulkey of LSU, who has only lost 2 games all year, one of those to South Carolina. And the fact that they are another power SEC team. They're really good. They're playing in the other one, and they're just down the road from driving to Dallas from Baton Rouge. So I can see where it's going to be a tough ticket.
So the get-in for Friday night for the women is right now at $225. If you don't know what we mean, we say get-in. That's the cheapest ticket you can get. The get-in for the men is $54. I mean, it is crazy to look at that. $54. If I'm just in Houston now, I'm up in the nosebleeds. But if I could want to say I've been to a Final Four, it costs me $50. I mean, that's pretty cheap.
All right. So the Final Four coming up this weekend. UAB won last night. We started the show with that. We'll get into the blue blood discussion about who's in this Final Four and what is a blue blood. Who do you consider that right now? And flip it around to football as well. First, our buddy Aaron Suttles, who recorded a new Bama in Bourbon with us. You can get Aaron with our friends at Yay Alabama now. All of his content there. We always encourage you to like and subscribe, Yay Alabama. Follow them all the platforms where you follow us, and help out Aaron and the folks at Yay Alabama there. He says, I'm so pumped you guys joined the Roback family. Got my Roback hat on again today after wearing the gear on the golf course yesterday. Remember TNR20 when you go to the Roback website and order any of your Roback gear there. Just it's a wonderful gear, and Aaron shows up at Bama and Bourbon yesterday with his Roback pullover on as well. So he and LT were both supporting the Roback in Bama and Bourbon yesterday.
Yeah, Aaron, like us, a Roback brand ambassador. He knows great clothing when he sees it. Yep. Roback.com, TNR20 saves you $20 off that first order.
20%.
Or 20% off that first order. Could be $20.
20% off that first order there. It could be more than $20.
Could be.
Yeah.
We encourage it to be more than that, honestly.
TNR20 is the promo code there. The show being brought to you by our friends at A+. They're redoing the brown bathroom.
They are. I'm told the shower glass is in. It's going to be in Friday. So by next week, when I'm doing this, Scott and Lunsford can show you some photos before and after. I'll send some out on social media. You're not going to believe the job Brad Bell did in our master bath. It's something we've been wanting to do for a long time. We put it off. You know, as we've pointed out several times, you start a new company. There's some expenses come with that, right? Some uncertainty. We finally got around to doing it. My wife scoured the internet to find the best person to do it. She looked at reviews. She talked to people that had worked with other contractors. She selected Brad Bell. I'm so glad we did. I'm going to give you his phone number here. From Huntsville to Mobile, Tuscaloosa to Anniston, he can help you. Brad Bell with A+ Tile and Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758. 205-422-1758. Specifically in the master bath, you'll see a lot of these places that are one-day remodels. They come in, they slap a new shower over the old one, which just sounds disgusting. And you think, though, I'm getting a better deal with that. Brad said, surprisingly, he's seen the quotes side by side, sometimes double his quotes. And he's doing better quality work, and you're paying more for the lesser quality just because it's one day. Don't do that. Call Brad Bell, 205-422-1758, 205-422-1758. That's my man Brad Bell. That's his cell number. Anywhere in Alabama, he can help you. If you missed that number, reach out to me on social media or on email, and I'll hook you up with Brad. Brad Bell with A+ Tile.
All right, so the blue blood discussion. And I will say this off the front. You can be a blue blood at one period in history, and you don't get to retain that forever.
Oh, there's a good example.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Army football, or somebody like that. You don't always get to keep your blue blood status. But in basketball, I'll just give you the facts. Okay? The all-time national champions in basketball. We all know UCLA has won 11. They were not all with John Wooden. They've won a couple since then. So I would still say UCLA's a blue blood. I mean, they won one in the 90s, right?
I think they're clinging to it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, Mick Cronin has had them back in the discussion a lot, so I would still put them in blue blood category.
Kentucky's won 8 after that.
Easy.
UCLA and Kentucky. But I agree with you, Brown. That's why I started off by saying you can lose your blue blood status in UCLA.
It's been very, very close at times.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Mick Cronin can keep them in blue blood territory, but he's going to need to win one to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
they're about to be a Big Ten team.
Like, truthfully, I throw UConn more into the blue blood category than I do UCLA.
They've certainly done more recently.
Yeah, because they've done it more recently. North Carolina's won 6. Duke's won 5.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana's won 5.
Well, that's one to me. I was going to use them as the example that is closer to losing it to me than UCLA.
Than even UCLA, right?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a long – I mean, Mike Davis had them in the Final Four, what was that, 2002
but 80s, right?
I mean, it goes back to Bob Knight in 87, I believe, since they've won one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time, and they really haven't been a big-time Big Ten factor consistently much either.
And when you're at my age, in my 50s, you probably don't realize until you really put pen to paper just how long ago the 80s really were.
It's been a minute, yeah.
And the 90s are a long, long time ago now, too, right?
Right.
So, I mean, it's been forever for UCLA and Indiana. For Indiana. UCLA has done it more recently. So I still put UCLA in the blue blood category, but I don't think they're spending the same way. The Big Ten comes along at the right time to save UCLA, in my opinion.
I agree. Indiana hasn't been to an Elite Eight even in 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years. I mean, that's just the Elite Eight, much less the Final Four. In 20 years, they haven't been. Now, it still means a ton to their fan base. But they've been to one Elite Eight in 30 years. Haven't been to one in 20 years, only one in 30 years. So it's kind of hard to argue that they're a blue blood anymore.
Indiana basketball, Nebraska football is about the same.
I've compared the two. Yeah, it's just because, you know, the old saying, you know, past results don't indicate future results or whatever. You know, what a past performance doesn't indicate future results. That's true in Nebraska football and Indiana basketball.
Kansas and UConn each have 4. Here's UConn potentially about to win their 5th, which, by the way, is going to put them ahead of Kansas, the same level as Indiana and Duke all time, and just one behind North Carolina. So for you folks who are, you know, rolling to the table about UConn and whether they're blue blood or not, and they haven't all done it in one period of time here. It's been sort of spread out, you know, over the past 25 years or so. So hats off to UConn. You're definitely a blue blood in basketball, in my opinion.
You know who they are in football terms?
Who?
Miami.
They're the Miami Hurricanes. Yeah. But Miami's not there anymore.
They're not there, yes. But, I mean, they did all their work recently, but they've done so much work, you kind of have to put them in the discussion.
Villanova's got 3, and then you got a host of teams, Cincinnati, Florida, Louisville, Michigan State, NC State, Oklahoma State, and San Francisco back in the day that all have 2 national championships. Other than that, those are the only ones with multiple national championship. So the blue blood conversation is very, very, very small in basketball. UConn knee deep in blue blood. In fact, more likely to kick Indiana out than to kick UConn out in that conversation.
Yes, absolutely.
Really deep into the segment here. A couple of sponsors to tell you about, including our friends at Gutter Cap. Tell us about Gutter Cap, and we'll continue the blue blood conversation.
That's our guy, C. Stu, there at Gutter Cap. Chris Stewart, he can cap those gutters for you for one last time, and you never have to worry about it again. Keep that debris out of your gutter, all the leaves, the pine straw, all the mess out of your gutters. You get that with Gutter Cap. It's a patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters, and it keeps that debris out. They clean it out one time. The last time, you never have to get on that dangerous ladder again. Call C-Stu 823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 for Gutter Cap.
We'll flip this around to football in the next segment. The show also being brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the first and official tequila of the next round. The world's first clear multi-age tequila, aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Because of our conversation yesterday on the show, I will revisit where LT is one more time. LT is out of town signing up another great sponsor here to the Next Round, working on some contracts in a different city. And he'll be back with us tonight at Odie's, where we'll be for trivia this evening, and then back on the show tomorrow. So he's okay, and nothing to do with the fire drill or the conversation we had on the show yesterday. Just absolutely out of town, signing up another great sponsor to help continue to grow our business here at Double Down Media in the Next Round. And he'll be back in town tonight at Odie's, where Rockstar it is.
Trivia.
Are we starting at 8, Rockstar?
Yes.
Crestline Village, Odie's Tavern will start award-winning trivia at 8. You can win prizes. You can have some fun. We have a great time out there. You can go by for lunch as well. Try that Diablo sandwich, Rodney's world-famous cheeseburger, the wings, all of that right there at Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution. We'll see you tonight for award-winning trivia at 8 o'clock at Odie's here at Rockstar Sing.
Do you guys have a question yet? Which came first? What's bigger?
Better career, Miley Cyrus or Ray Charles? I don't know.
No,
just pull it out of the
when
air.
Ray
LT
Charles couldn't see. I can't believe you're going to say Ray Charles.
When LT does, it's got to be something that you really cannot put into better career, Miley Cyrus or the left tackle for the Rams?
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus or Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Hard to say.
Yes.
You guys have jumped the script on Notre Dame as a blue blood. I mean, that's a tough discussion for me with Notre Dame. I mean, it really is. I mean, they've won 8 major national championships, but it's been
88
forever.
Yep.
88. Lou Holtz was the head coach, so it's been a long long time. So you got to, Nebraska has won multiple national championships, like more recently than Notre Dame has.
They have, absolutely, and they're clinging. I mean, see, this is a complicated discussion because I do want to go back to UConn in the comparison of Miami and Florida State, because Bobby said in the chat room, like, everything they have done is recently. Like, isn't blue blood mean historically you've been great? I kind of agree with that. So it does make UConn had made one Final Four before Jim Calhoun got there. But everything they've done has been in the Calhoun era.
And since then.
But that doesn't make you a blue blood. That makes you new money. I think UConn's more new money than blue blood.
Yeah, but at some point.
And Miami and Florida State, too.
At some point, when do we cut it off? I
think.
I mean,
I think
30 years?
No, I think you've had to have a historically long run to be one. Like, unfortunately for Miami, Florida State, and UConn, they just missed the boat. They missed the blue blood boat. But it left port without them.
So nobody can get on it ever again?
Nope. That's not how it works.
So I can't be good over 30 years. I can't be good, and I can't be a blue blood at that point.
No, you're new money at that point.
When does new money become not new anymore? Well, it's been going on for 30 years.
Maybe if you do it for 100 years, and then 100 years from now they look back and like, my gosh, more than half the last 2 centuries they've been great. They're a blue blood. I mean, maybe you become that, but you can't just do it by having a good decade or two. I mean, that's just kind of so. I mean, like, Rockstar loves the discussion of blue bloods. It goes back to like the wealth, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we get the phrase from.
It's pilgrims. Yeah, blue bloods. They came across from.
Really?
Yeah, it was a cold day when we landed at Plymouth Rock.
You're
Jim
so
or not?
full of crap, the pilgrims.
No, blue blood is the ancestral ways of the royals back in the day, and they ended up having blue blood.
Yeah. And they were pilgrims.
I would be really fun on Drunk History.
Yeah, you kind of would, actually.
Yeah.
I really don't know what the phrase started with.
Everybody seems to use it.
They do, but I've always thought it was just programs or families that have the long history of success and wealth and standing. And you can't say that about UConn. You just can't.
Standing is in the conversation, right?
Yeah.
The term blue blood originated in Spain. It was used to differentiate between people with light skin from those with darker complexions. The veins of Southern Europeans.
Wait, this sounds very racist.
Yes, I mean, let's dial it back right there.
Southern Europeans appeared more blue due to their pale and translucent skin.
Well, were they thought to be more affluent and successful and all that?
It says Duke is a blue blood. No, I don't know.
Well, Duke's easy.
Yeah.
What are they? What did they do before Coach K?
They won a national championship before Coach K.
Won, yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's a history of winning.
Okay, how many have they won without Coach K?
Well, I mean, Jim, they've played
one
year.
Yeah.
1 year.
So if they don't win
zero.
So if they don't win any more without Coach K, are they forever blue bloods? Because I don't think they won one until 1976, Brownie.
Hang on, Jim. Men's basketball.
I'm just guessing. I think it was Mike Jaminski in 1970. No, it wasn't 76 because that was 77 maybe.
Your wife goes there. I would have thought you would. Yeah. All right, so
we're not blue bloods.
Duke men's basketball, they won one in 1991. That was their first tournament champion. They were the runner-up in 64, 78, 85, and 90.
So there you go.
They started going to Final Fours, though, Jim, in 1963, 64, 66, 78.
So on the blue blood.
They had 4 before K even got there.
So in your blue blood boat, you have participation trophies? We're giving top 4s?
Well, I don't think Final Four is a participation trophy. I think that's the definition of what makes you a great college basketball
You're
program.
ready to kick Indiana out, and
they're on a precipitous cliff because they haven't done enough.
They've been to a couple of Final Fours, though, since they've
been to one Elite Eight since '93. In 30 years, they've been to one Elite Eight.
When did Mike Davis got him there?
That's the one.
Didn't he go to the Final Four?
He went to the national championship game.
Okay,
but I'm just saying that was all the same year. Elite Eight, Final Four, national champion.
Was
they go in order. I'm kidding. 93? No. 2002. That's the only one. That's the only Elite Eight they've been to since '93. I mean, that's a 30-year window where they haven't been to the Elite Eight.
So in football, Alabama's got 13 major poll national championships.
Easy
Notre Dame's got 8. Oklahoma and USC have 7. Oklahoma and USC still blue bloods, right? Ohio State's got 6. Miami 5. No blue blood on that.
New money.
Nebraska 5. Precipitous. Is that your word?
Precipitous, but a blue blood. They're close to getting thrown overboard, like Indiana basketball.
LSU, Texas, Minnesota have 4 major poll national championships.
I mean, Texas maybe. Yeah, Texas. I'll give Texas. LSU, no, not a chance. Minnesota, no. Texas, I mean, you got to look at overall wins, too. I mean, it's more than just championships. I mean, you look at Texas' overall wins, they're right up there. I mean, aren't they? They're top 5 all time.
Clemson, Florida State, Georgia with 3. Auburn, Michigan, Michigan State, Penn State, Pitt, Tennessee, and TCU with 2. Those are the only multiple national championship winners of all time. So you can be a blue blood only if you've been doing it a long, long time.
That's correct. Yep. That is the way that works. Otherwise, you're just new money.
New money.
Uh-huh.
So when do you go from new money to blue blood?
It takes a long time. It takes a very long time.
Yeah, when do you go from newlyweds to just this is my wife?
No, I mean it's arbitrary.
Right when you got back from your road tour, I bet in your house. How many road dates did you have? 43?
28. Come on.
Yeah, you were gone for 6 weeks, 4 weeks?
4 weeks.
Yeah, you were gone from 4 weeks. I guarantee you your marriage felt a lot different before you left than since you've been back.
No, we were good. I think we made it because she was super supportive, so I think we did really well.
I'm glad to hear that, right?
Yeah.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I understand it takes decades, Bobby, and I agree with you. Miami, I don't consider a blue blood in football.
No.
They did it in a very quick period of time. But how has UConn spread their basketball out for me?
It started in '99 with championships.
Okay, so this will be their 5th if they win it this weekend. And it's been 5 spread out in 99. It's been about 1 every decade, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Here, hang on one second. Here they are, 99, 04, 11, and 14. So they've got 4 since 99.
And a chance to get one in 23. That's spread out pretty nicely there. I'm
good for new money.
UConn, blue blood to me. Put them in.
Well, I mean, Taylor can do the poll. Would you trust the Bud Light poll question?
Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Check it out with our friends at Bud Light there. She'll throw it out there. What are we asking?
UConn, blue blood, or new money?
UConn basketball.
UConn basketball. I don't think anybody's going to argue football.
UConn men's basketball.
There you go, yeah.
Because there's no doubt, is it
new
new money on UConn women's basketball?
No, God, they're blue blood.
We'll talk to Connor O'Gara about some football news going around, including some interesting quarterback news in the SEC. One guy says, listen, I know our quarterback room is crowded, but I'm the starter. I'm the guy. I'm the starter. Everyone else is here battling me to be the starter. We'll talk about that and a lot more with Connor O'Gara coming up on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power.
They remind you at Alabama Power that communication is absolutely key and essential this day and age. So if you want to save time and money, they offer a great way to communicate with digital tools that manages your account, staying up to date, convenient, and easy. All you need is that online account. Visit alabamapower.com/digital tools to get started today.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on The Next Round. We're about to talk to Connor O'Gara. I just got this text that really shook me up a little bit. The police officer who lost his life last night, Garrett Crumby up in Huntsville, friend of ours who's in the realty business, Tyler, texted us and said, Garrett used to listen to you guys all the time. Man. That he loved y'all's show. I worked with his mom and sold him his house. So our thoughts and prayers with the Crumby family as they deal with that tragic loss. A hero, Garrett Crumby, saving lives up in Huntsville last night, losing his life in the line of active duty. We will get back to sports, but our prayers still with the Nashville area and everywhere else where we're dealing with gun violence and tragedy in our country on this day. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance is out doing business. He'll be back with us tomorrow. Rockstar and Lunsford and Tyler on the back row. Taylor Korn is handling everything social media. The show being brought to you in part today by our great friends over at Slice Pizza, just a great family operation there at Slice. They've got 4 locations in Montevallo, the new one over in Crestline, but Lakeview and Vestavia, the ones that have been around forever. The best pizza for 7 years, local right there, locally grown ingredients go into everything, including their tasty hand-tossed dough, which is the best. I recommend 1 slice and a salad or 2 slices and a salad for lunch every day. Our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew, the best pizza in town.
All right, let's talk some college football with our man Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, at CJ O'Gara on Twitter is where you follow him. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Connor? How are you?
Gentlemen, doing well. I just want to say before we get into some football stuff and maybe even a little bit of basketball, because your boy's talking hoops these days. I just want to say I appreciate what LT said yesterday and listened to all that, and I thought it was just such a great message. And for those who think that they're above therapy or anything like that, I think that's just such a great reminder of getting help is so important in this country, and it's something that hopefully generations from now, we won't have to have these conversations, and it'll be understood that those who need help should never be ashamed to ask for it.
Yeah, and we appreciate you saying that, Connor, and you've become, like part of our family here on the show. Taylor, our social media director, has that on a standalone platform. And we'll send that out a couple of times over the next few weeks. So if you guys have missed it, you can go and hear what LT just out of nowhere started talking about on the show yesterday, and it has moved a lot of people. I was talking to Lance yesterday at about 5:30 or 6, and he says, Dunaway, I cannot tell you how many texts and emails and calls I'm getting from friends and clients and listeners and family members. So it was a moving moment on our show yesterday, and we hope to continue the conversation in some form or fashion, really led by what Rockstar and Lance were talking about on the show, so I appreciate you saying that. Now I want to bring up the fact that you don't think my man Nate Oates can coach.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Connor's kneecapping Nate Oates?
I mean, like Nate and I are like this. I mean, he wears the gear too. I mean, you're wearing the gear, he wears the gear. You have some Nate Oates issues with his coaching style?
I actually like his coaching style. I think it's great to watch. I remember talking to my brother worked at the Star Press in Muncie, Indiana, and would cover Ball State games. So he was telling me about Nate Oates when he was at Buffalo, and he's like, "You got to see this style." Like before they even beat DeAndre Ayton in the NCAA tournament, he was saying to me like, "This guy hit the tempo that he runs. They shoot a ton of threes, but they actually defend too, and it's this kind of unique combination." And I think that's great, and it's going to win Alabama a lot of games. I think in March, what we have seen play out, yes, it's a random NCAA tournament. It's one thing to be an up-tempo team, and it's great that Alabama defends, and that is a huge asset moving forward. But to rely as heavily on the three as they do, you saw in those moments in crunch time in this game and in the UCLA game when they lost 2 years ago, when it looked like they had a very favorable path to the Final Four, you saw that they didn't have enough offensive diversity. They need more of that mid-range game, and they need to not have Javon Quinterly driving at a 7-footer to swat him at the rim every single time and shooting these low percentage shots, because let's be honest, those are low percentage shots for a reason, and you can shoot a lot of them and make a lot of them. But in those tight moments, when you're talking about 18 to 22-year-old kids, that is a tough thing to fall back on. So I think you could look at the NCAA champions the last decade plus, and you're not going to find these up-tempo teams that rely so heavily on the three. So I think it's still a great style to be able to work with. You don't have to overhaul that style, but you do need to find maybe some of those guys in the transfer portal who have that mid-range game that you can turn to down the stretch.
Listen, I don't want to go Southerner on you here, so I know you don't understand some of the things I say with my accent and some of my what's the word, Brown? Southern
colloquialisms.
Yeah.
I've never been able to say that one myself. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we've got a phrase down here that says, "Don't you have to dance with who brought you?" I mean, isn't that what got Alabama the #1 overall seed? Don't you have to dance with who brought you? You got to keep being you, right?
Yeah, you also adapt or die. That's something that I absolutely subscribe to. Yeah. I'm just saying, look, it's not again, you don't have to overhaul the system. The scheme is great. I'm not sitting here saying that Nate Oates needs to totally reinvent the wheel. This isn't a Jimbo Fisher situation, all right? This isn't what we're talking about here. Why do you only run pre-snap motion against Alabama and then not against all these other teams? We're talking about being able to add to your repertoire. If you're going to do these great things offensively, if we're going to say that you are on that level to win a national championship, you still need to be able to win in a variety of ways. And offensively, you have to be able to find ways to get your guys going, because we saw it play out down the stretch for them. And we saw this year, as great as Alabama was, they won a ton of games, maybe the most talented team in school history. The knock against them is you could look at the games that they lost and say, these teams played a certain style. San Diego State played that certain style. They did not have enough skill. They shouldn't have had enough skill to beat Alabama, but they were able to do that. And that was the San Diego State team that I saw 2 times in person in Orlando and was like, guys, this is West Coast Tennessee. And sure enough, that's kind of how it played out for Alabama.
Connor O'Gara is with us, Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara. Now, if you say, wait a minute, y'all always talk football with Connor while we talk at basketball. Connor's from Indiana. So it's a miracle. You went to Indiana, right? Okay.
I went to Indiana.
Right.
Graduated, proud Indiana alum. My childhood was spent in the suburbs of Chicago. So I grew up loving college basketball before I loved college football. I need that on record, because that to me is like growing up and watching even some of those Illinois teams with Darren Williams and Dee Brown, Luther Head, and then being able to kind of grow up in that time in which I remember having like this weird affinity for like the Jay Williams Duke teams back in the day. And that is to me where like my introduction into college sports and like what I love so much. So yes, I am now more of a football guy than a college basketball guy, no doubt about it. But I have a very, very soft spot in my heart for college hoops.
Now, I was going to say, from Indiana University, it's a miracle he even talks college football. So we'll go college basketball. I will say, half the last 6 national champions have finished in the top 20 in three-point attempts. Twice with Villanova, who finished 2nd and 5th, and then Baylor finished 19th. But you've got the other side of it too, Connor. North Carolina, 57th. Virginia, 94th. Kansas, 84th in 3 points attempted. So there is a mix that supports both sides of this as far as national champions go.
But look at the tempo numbers.
Oh, I know. That's what you add in, yeah.
Yes, that's the cap. It's not that you can't shoot threes, but it's if you're going to play at that pace and shoot as many threes as you do, it's very easy to kind of settle for that. And that's I think where you can see the correlation. Like, the high 3-point numbers, like everybody's going to be shooting a lot of threes. That's not really the question. But if you're going to play as fast as Bama does, and you're not really seeing, I mean, look at this NCAA tournament field. You could even kind of look last year. You're not going to find those teams who play at an incredibly high tempo, who also shoot and make a lot of 3-pointers.
Connor O'Gara now to football, and Saturday Down South covers the SEC. But that group there also has, is it Saturday Traditions that covers the Big Ten? A lot of different parts of what we call Saturday Down South on the website. Is that correct, Connor?
Yeah, so I actually found the started Big Ten site, SaturdayTradition.com, and then we also have now our ACC site, SaturdayRoad.com. I was doing some Duke coverage for them down here in Orlando, writing a little bit of Virginia as well. And then we have our Pac-12 site, Saturday Out West, which does great work with our team over there. But yeah, it is all under the Saturday Football XL Media umbrella.
Okay, so I want to blend a couple of your sites together here, because Nebraska, if you think Ole Miss's quarterback room is crowded, I was reading this morning that our buddy Matt Rule has 8 quarterbacks in his quarterback room. That includes Casey Thompson coming off shoulder surgery, Chubba Purdy, and Jeff Sims, who I find fascinating, who was at Georgia Tech, and I kept waiting for him to be really, really good at Georgia Tech, and it just never got over the hump with Jeff Collins there. What do you make of Matt Rule at Nebraska and the potential of that program this year? It looks like they got some options, at least at quarterback.
Other fun fact about me, we're just getting into my entire personal bio here. I spent 2.5 years in Nebraska. So before I came to Orlando, I was there for all those Nebraska home games, the final 2 years of the Bo Pelini era. So obviously, I have a lot of Nebraska ties, a lot of friends back there who live and die with the Huskers. Sadly so, these last 6 years. But you have to give yourself a lot of options if you're starting out at a program. And the more QB options, the better for, I think, a year one coach like that. I like Casey Thompson. I do. I've been high on Casey Thompson since he was at Texas. He was not going to be able to beat out Quinn Ewers for that starting job. That just wasn't going to happen. He saw the writing on the wall. I want to see kind of what it looks like away from Scott Frost and not with an interim coach or something like that, because to me, he's still the most talented guy in that room. And that's not to hate on Sims or anything like that. But to me, I think he gives you the best chance to win, and he's capable, I think, of being a solid Power 5 starter. But obviously, they're going to have to answer a whole lot of questions at Nebraska, just continually missing at the quarterback position. It will always haunt Husker fans that Scott Frost chose Adrian Martinez instead of Joe Burrow. That will go down in infamy.
Yeah, you do wonder what Burrow would have done there. I mean, at LSU, he got paired up with who was at the time Joe Brady viewed as an offensive genius. A boatload of NFL talent, especially at the receiver spot, an NFL running back behind him, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I mean, he's not going to be surrounded by that at Nebraska. So you wonder if Joe Burrow even becomes Joe Burrow.
There's something to be said for it. I think Joe Burrow would have been a really good college player if he stayed at Ohio State. Like, he would have been. He wasn't going to beat out Dwayne Haskins. He got hurt the previous year. Dwayne Haskins steps in, go back to that Michigan game, and he was awesome. And there was nothing Joe Burrow was going to be able to do that spring to convince the Ohio State coaching staff he deserved to be the starter. So, yeah, I mean, the infamous, do you think he's better than what we got comment that Scott Frost made, like legitimately asking Nebraska media if they thought that Joe Burrow was a better option than Adrian Martinez, who had never played a college game, decommitted, I believe, from Tennessee, and ends up being a 4-year starter at Nebraska and a 1-year starter this past year at Kansas State. But yeah, Joe Burrow, I think, could have been really good anywhere. He was the best version of himself at LSU because of the pieces that they put around, and it really allowed him to kind of tap into that confidence.
Lane Kiffin seems to be at a crossroads in his career. New contract, a lot of money, staying at Ole Miss, but he has been outspoken recently about how hard it was when he turned down Auburn and maybe burned a little capital with Ole Miss fans. What do you think of Lane these days at Ole Miss?
I think Lane would have ended up at Auburn if Ole Miss didn't pony up with all that NIL money. I truly think that NIL push was so significant, and that's why that situation kind of dragged out as long as it did. And you could point to the extension and say, oh, well, you know what, he just kind of wanted to see them do something that they had never really done before and work. And Ryan, I know you've talked about this as well, the ways that you can kind of get around that 4-year Mississippi State law for head coaches, and they were able to do that with Lane. But he's in an interesting spot because if you actually kind of go back and look, what's his best win at Ole Miss? Think about that. Is his best win?
We were talking about this on the golf course yesterday. He has really none.
It's Kentucky.
It's like a Kentucky team that was wildly disappointing because of it gave you a month of extra relevance. Like maybe my Indiana Hoosiers, that win in the Outback Bowl was his best win. Like is that kind of what we're talking about here? And if you kind of go back and look through, his wins never really aged that well. And so I think it's like he has like one regular season win against a team who went on to win 9 games in the regular season. Like that's it. And it was back at USC. And, so you can kind of look through it and see he has not had that unbelievable, how do you like me now? A Toby Keith, like I like to say, a Toby Keith win per se. But I still think that Ole Miss is in such a better place to have Lane as their head coach. Now, what he's going to be able to do with this quarterback room, we talk about Matt Rule, making sure he's got a lot of options. Lane Kiffin wants options because Jackson Dart was not the guy. Jackson Dart did not give his head coach a lot of confidence last year. And that's why Spencer Sanders is there. Walker Howard coming on board. All right, that's one thing. They needed to add quarterback depth. I think Spencer Sanders ends up being the starter at Ole Miss, Oklahoma State transfer. And I think we maybe see, okay, is this Ole Miss team capable of taking that next step and perhaps not looking like the team who lost 5 in a row to end the season?
I'm about to use profanity here in this state, but Gary Danielson was right about Jackson Dart in the Alabama game. He's like, Lane Kiffin's asking him to do something that doesn't fit his skill set. And, again, Danceville who brung you, we were talking about earlier, that's Lane's style of coaching. It's Jackson's style of play. Those just they didn't mesh all the time last year.
No, they didn't. And it's a shame because, around this time last year, we're talking about Jackson Dart going to be a thing. I mean, coming from USC, we saw some flashes of him looking really good as a true freshman there, albeit in a lost season. But you're just kind of wondering, all right, is this going to be Matt Corral 2.0? And instead, Ole Miss fans kind of had to sell themselves on, look at what Matt Corral did in year one. And I think Matt Corral showed a whole lot more promise in year one with Lane Kiffin than Jackson Dart did. And you just saw the lack of variety in his throws. It felt like everything, for whatever reason, was between 10 and 15 yards. And I think that some of his decision-making just left something to be desired, especially against better competition. And it was frustrating because he was a good runner, but there's a reason why it took him until the bowl game to have a rushing touchdown, which is just kind of a weird thing that, if you're going to be Lane's quarterback, you have to be better in that area and you have to be more effective in the red zone. But some of the decision-making, I think, down the stretch just kind of left you perplexed and left you wondering, is he really going to be the guy? And I would say that Lane's moves at the quarterback position suggests that he is probably going to go in a different direction.
Okay. Boats and weather aside, funny story from you today at Saturday Down South about let me get the headline right. FAU, here's your invitation to join the SEC. I'll give you a short period of time to explain to our listeners what you're talking about.
I mean, who wouldn't want to add Boca to the SEC, right? Greg Sankey loves to talk about the geography of the SEC. You're not having to add a new state or anything like that. Get some South Florida into the SEC. Look, it's more of a play on the fact that the SEC is yet to have a Final Four team in the 2020s, and FAU just went to the Final Four. And, say what you want about their football program, a capacity in their stadium that isn't even what Vandy's is. But they at least are always interesting at the head coaching position. I mean, now they have Tom Herman on board. Hey, FAU, man, look, we're not sitting here trying to win academic awards in the SEC. That's not the goal, but you got a coach that can get you to the Final Four. They beat Tennessee to be able to get there. I mean, I'm just saying FAU just makes things a little bit more interesting in the SEC in this new era. And instead of joining the AAC, why not come and join a conference where you'll make 5 times as much money?
Boca, baby.
Baby.
That's what he's saying, Boca, baby. All right, he is Connor O'Gara. Go follow him on Twitter at CJ O'Gara. Read him at Saturday Down South and Saturday Tradition as well. Connor, thank you very much for the time. Fun as always.
Gentlemen, appreciate it.
All right, buddy, take care. Connor O'Gara with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. If you missed our conversation with Reese Davis yesterday, you can get that podcasted, and he's brought to you every week by our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. When you sign up for the first time right there at MyBookie.ag, you're eligible for a sign-on bonus when you use code next round of up to $2,000. You heard me right. $2,000, no strings attached to that. Bet at one time only, it's yours. A lot of places will give you a sign-on bonus, but you have to bet it 5 times, 6 times, 10 times for it to become yours. Not mybookie.ag. Code next round, that up to $2,000 sign-on bonus, yours after just one bet. All the games coming up this weekend. In the college game, the NBA, Major League Baseball starts tomorrow, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, all of that right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up for that sign-on bonus of up to $2,000. Mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. Code next round.
Bobby, echoing, I think, the thoughts of a lot of Auburn fans. Thank God Lane turned down Auburn. He can't recruit anywhere close to what Hugh Freeze can. And Auburn had a Vandy-level roster after last season, so we had to hire the best recruiter. And from all accounts, they have done that in Hugh Freeze down there, who's working on the first scrimmage and eventually A-Day down at Auburn for the spring game. Alabama back on the field yesterday, fully padded just early into their spring there, the 4th of 14 practices, with Alabama's A-Day coming up late on April the 22nd. Jackson Dart, back to Lane Kiffin, yesterday talking to reporters, still sees himself as the starter, Dart says. I was a starter last year, and they've got to come in and take it away from him.
I mean, I like that attitude. It was his job. I'm going to fight to keep it. I don't expect he'll just come in, come meet the media and say, I'm probably not going to be the starter. That's not what you want. You want a confident quarterback. And I think Dart's got a lot of confidence. It's just that the challenge now is greater than it was last year.
Spencer Sanders is who Connor thinks will be the starter. I saw Greg McElroy's ESPN podcast. He thinks Spencer Sanders will be the starter, and then there's the freshman transfer from LSU, Walker Howard, in that quarterback competition over at Ole Miss. When we come back, we'll get back to Bama basketball and the Final Four. Nimari Burnett joins the show, bumped yesterday because of the fire inside our building. Nimari, great with his time to come back on with us today. He's up next on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, make it Montevallo. Great class sizes, helps you academically. 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Great campus life, beautiful campus facilities, including a new multi-million-dollar theater department. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center. With locations in Coleman and Decatur, they have something for every RV lover. New or used, we have something for every budget. With prices as low as $199 per month with 10% down and approved credit, you can drive one off the lot today. See dealer for details or check them out online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Spring is here, so make spring break every weekend with Johnston RV Center in Coleman and Decatur. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town. Touchdown, Birmingham! Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Show being brought to you by our friend Dr. B. That's LT's guy as well. Brown and I both will talk about Dr. B here. You've been able to see the difference in his hair, haven't you?
Crazy, yeah, I have.
14% growth there in his hair. And really not very invasive. They're not hair plugs or anything like that. This is just treatments that he gets with Dr. B in his office.
Yeah, I mean, they went and performed a genetic testing determining the best course of treatment, and he gets the results back from Dr. V. They then just had a virtual meeting to go over some of the options. What Lance chose, as Jim mentioned, was the non-invasive laser treatment, and that is designed to increase the thickness and health of Lance's hair. He's seen great results. A lot of you have mentioned you've seen great results. Dr. B's been at it for more than 20 years. Men and women have turned to him for a large range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures, and he uses that experience and his advanced training to help patients fully understand the procedures they're considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
Alabama out of the portal yesterday, picked up former Carver High Montgomery player recently with Wichita State, 6'7" guard Jaquan Walton, averaged 13-5 in 28 games last year for Wichita State. To say the portal has been active in college basketball would be the understatement. 252 players went in the very first day the portal was open. I think that number is somewhere north of 600 people in the portal right now, including our friend.
Nimari Burnett is with us. He's joining us throughout the NCAA tournament this week, and then after around the Final Four next week, or the championship game next week, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do not let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans this March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in Birmingham. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com. Welcome in, Nimari. I hope you're doing well today.
I'm doing great, man. Good to see you guys again.
Yeah, it's awesome to see you. I know the season did not end the way you wanted it to. We'll get to that, but there was a report yesterday that you yourself are in the transfer portal. Can you confirm that? Was that an accurate report?
Yes, it was an accurate report. But, you know, I enjoyed my time with this group this season. Doesn't take away from the fact that it's a special group, a special team, and a special program.
Okay, so what goes into that a little bit? And I promise you, when you and I were walking down the hallway up at the Yum Center, I almost asked you if you were coming back. And I don't know why it was just in my head. So what goes onto this decision, and is the door open to come back or stay at Alabama?
The door is open, you know, if you know, conversations was to be had, and, you know, I was, you know, accepted with open arms. But, you know, during that time, like, I really didn't know. The process was just, you know, talk to coach after the season and see where it goes from there. And always wanted to finish the season strong and wasn't having one foot in and one foot out, was all in into beating San Diego State. And honestly, it was kind of hurtful. Like, I didn't think that would be our last practice before San Diego State, you know? So I was looking forward to that and possibly playing Creighton or, you know, whoever, you know, whom they beat. So it was definitely a tough decision. But like I said, man, this group, it's very special to me. And it's a group of people, from the players to the coaching staff to the athletic trainers, the nutritionists, the academic advisors. Like, I've built relationships with people all over this campus, and it definitely was a tough decision.
Nimari Burnett with us, courtesy of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. They bring you Nimari throughout the NCAA tournament. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I think the perception is when a guy goes in the portal, He's disgruntled. He doesn't like his coach. He doesn't get the playing time he wants. I mean, is that a fair or unfair perception with you?
It's definitely a fair perception. As much as it's about, being disgruntled, it's also about, kind of doing what's best for yourself. And although that may sound a certain way, it's not, because you came into the situation, to better yourself as a player and as a person. And although I have done that, I do think I can, get better, even better, and just be in a better situation. But at the same time, when it comes to players, the players on this team, the coaching staff, it wasn't like I was just super disgruntled and hated everything. No, this is one place that it was actually a very tough decision, and it was like a lot of thought going into it in the last few days. Like, man, I don't, it's tough. I don't want to leave this place, and I don't want to leave, what I built and what this team built over this past year.
I will tell you this: it can't be NIL money because we're paying you thousands of cents,
making a fortune,
thousands
off
of
us,
cents, right? Loose change in your pockets all the time, no doubt. There's been two big departures in the coaching staff. I'm not going to try to tie you into a box here, but is there a chance those two guys will talk to you as well and saying, "Hey, I'd love you at Georgia Southern," or "Really, I'd love you at Arkansas State"? Are you open to listen to anybody, including two guys you're very close to?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely open. I'm open to all options, and taking a sec to just gather all the information I need to make a great decision for myself. So, just looking forward to that, and looking forward to that process, but also like being smart with it, doing some research, and studying who are the options that I have.
How would you describe your relationship with Coach Oates right now?
I mean, it was great throughout the season. It was times where it wasn't like super good, but that's what happens throughout a season, and especially like through injuries and things like that. But no hard feelings at all. Like, I texted Coach Oates after I hit the portal, and I definitely appreciate him for recruiting me in the first place, recruiting me twice even when I was in high school and after I left Texas Tech. So like, it's no hard feelings at all, and I had the utmost respect for him. He always kept honest. He always told me the truth, and he made me a better person and a better player, and I'm forever grateful for that.
Okay, I don't want to put you in a spot, but you've transferred once. I would assume your intention is not to sit out. So what are you being told? How does this work for you? Because we're big fans of yours. We want to cheer for you wherever you go, depending on where you go. But we want to cheer for you wherever you go. So you tell me, how does this work for you? You're not planning to sit out a year, though, right?
No doubt. No, you're definitely right about that, and definitely want to be able to play right away and contribute right away. And part of that is becoming a grad transfer. I've collected enough credits, and we'll see how those credits transfer to the next place I go to. But kind of getting that done over the summer, and going from there.
Okay, so on the season, and we're talking to Nimari Burnett here on the next round, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. And we appreciate you joining us throughout the year. You give us great insight. This team was close, and it was so deep. Your minutes is an example of just how deep this team was. And you lose to a San Diego State team that just made you guys not play your game. So you get into the locker room, and the sudden death of it all, it's over with, just like a snap of a fingers. How does that hit a team like that, and what was the conversations like with your teammates? Some of you, I would imagine you're seeing for the last time on the same team.
Man, after that game, and as the game was going, closing in this last minute, it was like, man, this is not how I imagined it, especially us having a lead in the second half and us going on our like typical second half run, like, oh yeah, we're here. And then for it to all, just go away in a matter of like a few possessions was very tough to see. And like that feeling creeped in, and it was like, man, this is really over. Like we put in a lot of work this year. We had high aspirations and high goals of winning it all. And for that to come to the end like that, in that fashion, to a great San Diego State team, but a team that we also thought, we could win against. it was definitely tough. And in the locker room, of course our heads was down, and we were just down about it because we knew like we had what it took to win it all, and we have what it takes to win it all. So it was definitely tough and kind of sad in that moment for sure.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive brings you Nimari Burnett while focusing on basketball. Don't forget about keeping your vehicle in top shape. ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicle. See more at vulcantireandauto.com. Listen, you've forgotten more basketball than I know, but sitting there in the Yum Center watching it, they were surprisingly physical to me and surprisingly big to me, San Diego State. Was that the same experience you had during the game?
Oh yeah, for sure. I was kind of like amazed by the depth of some of their quads and biceps. It was kind of crazy. Like but on the floor, as physical as it was, at least for me, like it wasn't all that surprising given that we watched a lot of film on them, a lot of film on their personnel and how they play, how they get into the ball, how strong they are defensively. And that we would have to use our skill to beat them. Unfortunately, we did it. But I think that skill kind of triumphs that, and we could have done a better job at that. But that's what kind of triumphs that physicality, and they definitely were physical for sure.
So before you go, if I said San Diego State, you cheer for them to win it all because they're the team that knocked you out. Do you think UConn, who beat you early in the year, is unstoppable right now? What do you think of this Final Four in Houston?
Man, that's a great question. The crazy thing is I know two people off FAU, like 4 or 5 people off San Diego State. So it was actually kind of hurtful that they beat us. And UConn, we played them early in the year, and they're really good. And UConn is playing Miami. So I would take UConn the way that they are dominating right now. I would take them over Miami and take San Diego State over FAU in a close, tough battle, though, because F is tougher than people may think. And right now, obviously, everybody is picking UConn, but I might have to join that train as well.
We'll talk to you about the national championship game when you join us next week. I do want to wrap with a question for you since you were in the locker room. There is another perception that with all that went on off the court, the distractions finally caught up with this team, and that's why you are out in the Sweet 16. You're in that locker room. Can you speak to that?
I don't think that was the case. We had a great season all season. Some guys that were mentally tough and, handled it great. And that because we bonded with each other. And so towards the end of the season, that didn't change. That didn't waver, and our love for one another, our togetherness, and our chemistry on the floor, kind of showed that throughout the season and towards the end. But we didn't finish strong, and I don't believe it had to do with that. But it's definitely a tough situation for sure.
I don't want you to give anybody's steal their moment or anything, but would it be safe to say? Would I be right in assuming that you will not be the only Alabama player in the portal?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That's a great question. But we'll see for sure.
Okay, so you haven't talked to anybody saying, okay, good deal. Just wanted to ask. Rockstar, do you have one?
Have you seen the old crumble lineup this week?
Crumble cookies. Yes.
You seen the crumble lineup?
I'm gonna tell you something. I had one. I got convinced by my wife to buy another pack, but the snickerdoodle. Oh my God!
Oh, is it so good?
Oh my God! So I would suggest that one this week is the snickerdoodle.
Snickerdoodle, Nimari.
The icing is legit.
I was going to ask, does it have the icing on it? Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, the icing is the best part. Get after it.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, but see, we're sort of your crumble cookie money. That little extra money. I mean, you're gonna have to find somebody like us at your next stop to keep that crumble cookie fix going.
No, for sure, man. Like I appreciate you guys for that.
One thing, we can't keep you in great clothes or new J's or anything. We can keep you in crumble cookies.
That's right. I think we pay for some crumble cookies. All right, Nimari. Listen, I know a lot of ground we had to cover there. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you for the time with us, and we look forward to talking with you about the championship game next week.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
All right. Have a great week. That is Nimari Burnett, the Alabama guard in the transfer portal. And he is presented each week by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do not let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans this March. For the best in service in the greater Birmingham area, think only of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. When the news broke yesterday, I said, listen, this does not mean he's gone. You know, guys enter the portal and come back. After that interview, I would be very surprised if he's in Tuscaloosa.
And go watch Bama and Bourbon. And Aaron Suttles let you know he may not be the only Alabama player to hit the portal. That conversation with Lance on all our video platforms if you want to go do that. And it's what we do in college basketball. Now we move on. I was, like a lot of you, surprised that you know, as quick as he's been doing this college thing, that with some work over the summer, he will be a grad transfer, he hopes, by the time he's able to enroll next year for a team and does not plan on sitting out. So he thinks with his time at Texas Tech and in Tuscaloosa, he'll have enough credits to get a degree and be eligible to be a grad transfer. All of you guys are complimenting him, including the Alabama fans over there, saying seems like a good kid. Good luck to him wherever he ends up. Hope he can stay healthy.
Yep.
Nimari seems like a great guy, says Brody. Would love to have him back, but seems like he's gone, especially if he gets the graduate credits to go somewhere else and play instantly. I don't know if necessarily he ends up at Arkansas State or Georgia Southern. He's got, I mean, he's a former big-time, what was he, 4-star, 5-star recruit. I mean, he's got some talent to play professionally somewhere.
Well, and especially, you know, Charlie Henry was the guy, he's at Georgia Southern now, obviously, that was kind of the defensive guy on that staff. And Nimari, probably most known for his ability. You know, a lot of people talked about his defense on Marcus Sasser is the reason Alabama won that Houston game. So, you know, I'm sure those two you would think have a good connection. I mean, those are obviously places you would look. And when you've got Brian Hodgson now at Arkansas State and Charlie Henry at Georgia Southern,
yeah,
they're very familiar with him.
Yeah, but those programs not Alabama, and you would imagine Nimari would be a big part of whatever's happening next year in Tuscaloosa. So you just wonder, is there another place? You know, just tracking back recruiting. Chris Beard was at Texas Tech.
That's right.
Chris Beard was at Texas.
Yep.
Nimari originally went to Texas Tech.
Yep.
And now Chris Beard's at Ole Miss.
That's right. I mean, if you want to start connecting dots, you can have them in several places. Yeah. I mean, and being a grad transfer, I mean, the doors are open just about anywhere for him. So I think he's got a lot of options there to land somewhere. I hope he finds a good spot. I like Nimari. I hate for him, you know, he sounded like a kid that's not going to be troublesome, but he obviously wasn't happy. And I hated it turned out that way for him in Tuscaloosa. And he's, as you said, he's probably not going to be the last one. And on top of that, Alabama, as you mentioned, 1 in, 1 out, right? I mean,
that's right.
It's like a crowded nightclub. Alabama's on a 1 in, 1 out right now, and one came in yesterday as Nimari is headed out.
Yeah, interesting to see though who's holding the rope and letting people behind the rope to come into the club, and who's helping them out the door. He had some interesting comments about Nate Oates there, our friends at Hemp Hill. Right there, bringing you part of the show today. The only ones we trust to fix it in our home and fix it right the first time. They handle everything with the Next Round when it comes to plumbing, when it comes to your cooling and heating systems. In fact, right now, if you want to get your cooling systems checked before the heat settles in for the summer here in the South, you can do that with a great value checkup right now. Go check out the prices by calling our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Adam and Chad has built a company that fixes it right. They fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. What more can you ask for? It's our friends at Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090. We'll continue the Alabama basketball conversation and a lot more when we come back on TNR.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You guys have thoughts on college basketball right now after we tell you about our friends at New York Butcher Shop, the specialty grocer we rave about all the time because they provide us and you, the Next Round listener, with certified Angus prime beef steaks, and roast and pork and chicken and all the great meats there. Wonderful wine selection, already previously prepared meals, easy to heat up to make it easy on the evening. The Wagyu, they've got it all at New York Butcher, located in Vestavia, the Cava Heights location, and also the one just off 119. It's our friends with New York Butcher. Go by and check them out today and get ready for grilling season with the best meats in town. David says, with the transfer portal, any college basketball team is lucky to get more than 50% of the prior year's team roster back for next season. Hunter writes in and says, I don't think people understand how difficult it is to retain a roster in college right now. I think coaches would tell you it is harder to retain a team than it is to recruit a high school class right now. Others are saying, I hope Jaden Bradley leaves. Need him or Noah to stay, says Daniel on Bradley. First, let me ask you, do you think that Nimari will be the only one, or do you think more people? Yeah, you think more? Yeah. Okay. I mean, you were trying to spread playing time out to 11 guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough to do, and you just can't keep everyone happy. And if you're, I'm just going to use this guy as an example, not saying he'll enter the portal or leave. I'm just going to use Rylan Griffin as an example. Rylan Griffin's got a chance to be a really good player at Alabama or anywhere he goes.
So some people have him as a future NBA player.
Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt he's got that type of ability, but Rylan Griffin's probably starting in a lot of places. Whereas he's playing a little bit of a role in Tuscaloosa now. There were games like...
A very small role.
At times. There were games at Auburn where he played a really big role. But, you know, he was not called on to be Mark Sears or Brandon Miller or Charles Bediako or any of those guys. He was called on to play his role. And you look around and you're like, God, I would have been starting at, I don't know, 75% of the other schools in college, maybe more. So, I mean, it's hard for that guy who's always been the best player at every level he's been in his peer group to go to Tuscaloosa and then become a role player.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what, if you're Nate Oates, that's what you're recruiting right now with a guy like him and telling him, look, here's my plan for you next year. If you'll go work in the offseason and if you'll improve on these small things next year, you've got the role Brandon Miller had, or you've got the role that JQ had, or you got the role so-and-so had.
Tommy in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, San Diego State and FAU both are proof that guys that stick around, the team can mature and win big. I think that is what makes this tournament crazier now than it's ever been, is that you can have teams like San Diego State and Florida Atlantic that keeps rosters together and they mature, as opposed to the quote-unquote power conferences that are having a lot of one-and-dones and a lot of portals in and out. So it's a great point. But FAU's coach will tell you he's having to fight off people calling and wanting his guys even while this tournament's going on, which doesn't seem fair.
No, it does not. You're right. During this tournament, it seems like there should be some sacred ground, but I know there never will be. But, I mean, San Diego State, Lance gave that stat, Jim. I think it was 515, 525 total starts going into that Alabama game. You're never going to see that again. Well, never's a strong word. You are rarely going to see that again in college basketball. It used to be the given in college basketball. Like, Duke is a good example. Duke would always have these teams that had 3 seniors that had started, 30 games apiece every year. I mean, they had 150 total or 120 total starts under the belt or something like that, 100 total starts under the belt. It's just that's the old way, the way it used to be in college basketball, that it never will be again.
Daniel says Jaden Bradley, the 7th highest prospect ever for Alabama. Paul says, I want Bradley back. Got to be a threat from deep, though. You have a number of guys who could end up in there. Smuffs makes a good point. Rylan Griffin recruited. He just happened to be recruited in the same position behind Brandon Miller.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of Alabama's best recruiting, maybe the best of all time when you look back on it. And just so happened that there was a guy in there that was better at his position than Griffin was. I think Griffin has a tremendous upside. Again, it's just selling him, if you're Nate Oates, on you had to play a role this year because one of the best players we've ever had at our school is in front of you. That guy's going to the NBA. You can be that guy. If you'll stay, you can do some of the same things on the court that Brandon Miller did if you'll stay and work on this. But that's recruiting. I mean, you used to not have to do that. When Mark Gottfried even was the coach, or even Avery Johnson, Rylan Griffin didn't have options. Rylan Griffin was stuck in Tuscaloosa, to continue to use him as an example, stuck in Tuscaloosa until he graduated. Or he had to go sit out a year. He's not going to do that.
Nate Goetz at Next Round Live says, go be great, Nimari. It's all love. Peace out. Jeff says, Oates has never developed a player at Bama. They either leave early for the draft or move too quickly, or they transfer. It's factually not true. In fact, who was the guest we had on?
Well, it's Brian Passing. Yeah.
Passing talking about the NBA scouts who tell him how developed the players become throughout the season. And by the way, if you leave early for the draft, you've been developed.
Yeah, you've probably been developed from the raw high school player, really good high school player, to a guy the NBA wants to use a lottery pick on. So I don't think that's a fair criticism of Nate Oates. Just because a guy leaves after 1 year doesn't mean he's not developed.
RTD4, I won't be shocked if Dom transfers as well. Dom Welch, they're part of that team. Again, you have 11 guys who could have been starting at most places. Hard to Craig says Dom's a senior. I don't know who's seniors or have a year left of eligibility.
The
like Quinterly, for example, has eligibility left, and he's had 2 senior nights already.
I know.
And Quinterly has developed, as Rusty points out, a guy who's developed since he got on campus.
I would agree. Now, Daniel says, I think Bradley wasn't the same after the February report came out. Everybody focused on how that affected Brandon Miller or didn't affect Brandon Miller, and not enough people talked about how all of that affected Jaden Bradley. I agree. He wasn't the same. He was a guy that got less and less minutes, and in fact, it forced Nate Oates to kind of change the way he did things with Javon Quinterly, which upset, when I say chemistry, I'm not necessarily talking about locker room chemistry, but I just mean
the flow of the game.
The flow in the rotation, yeah.
Tell us about Michelson, and we'll make one more basketball point as you guys have the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room on fire over there.
Michelson Laser Vision. That is where you can go right now, like Lance did so many years ago, to take care of that vision. 969-8100. 969-8100 is the number for Michelson Laser Vision. It is LASIK surgery with Michelson that can fix your long-distance vision, can fix your short-range vision. It can give you that vision that you had when you're a younger person, but it just goes away with time. Now, here's the thing. It might not be for everybody. I went for a consultation. They gave me options. It wasn't 100% for me. That's the way Dr. Mark and Jennifer Michelson do it because they've been doing it for so long. They are the experts in this field. Go get a risk-free evaluation. Call Amy at 969-8100. Say you heard us on the next round. I just want to get it checked out and see if LASIK vision is right for me. MichelsonLaserVision.com or 969-8100.
The conversation over there about Noah Clowney. Daniel says Clowney could be a game breaker if he does stay and develop. Top first round possibility in the NBA draft. For Clowney, he's a guy who's already expected to, when he came in, to be a one-and-doner to the NBA, and he does grade out, back half of the first round. It'll be interesting to see when Clowney makes his decision, and you can declare for the NBA draft and then pull your name out later on and come back. So wouldn't be surprised to see Clowney declare for the NBA and then decide whether to stay or not.
Yeah, great system in college basketball that you don't have in college football. I would say this. I wonder if Clowney ever gets feedback that he might play his way up into the lottery. Like if he's projected back half of the first round right now, does he talk to people that say, listen, if you'll stick this out and have a year and develop some more, you might play your way into the bottom of the lottery and make a little bit here in college and make more in the NBA. I mean, that's a gamble. It's a risk. There's no doubt. And he may not be able to do that. I'm just saying, I wonder if he were told that, how that would affect his decision-making.
All right. When we come back, we will talk more basketball with you guys as we approach the Final Fours for the women and the men and the NIT championship with UAB in action tomorrow night after their win over Utah Valley last night, 88-86. Conversation before the semifinal game. Brownie and Jelly Walker, another one of our NIL deals, is on the platforms, video and audio platforms. You can go check that out wherever you get your next round podcast. I will tell you, we'll also talk a little college football when we come back. Heather Dinich with an interesting story at ESPN.com about 3 candidates to reach their first college football playoff ever. Interesting trio that Heather throws out there. We'll have that conversation when we come back on the show that's being brought to you by the great folks at NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway, getting ready to go racing.
877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is the number you call to get on board there at the Talladega Super Speedway and reserve your spot right now for the Geico 500 weekend. Add to it that immersive garage experience, the most immersive in all of NASCAR. You can see more about the garage experience presented by Coolray when you go to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Reserve your spot, though, right there. Make sure you get your tickets and your garage experience for the Geico 500 weekend, Friday, April 21 through Sunday, April 23. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, LT handling some business. He'll be at Odie's tonight for trivia back in town, and then back on the show tomorrow. We appreciate all your feedback about our interviews here on the show, including Nimari Burnett, which is now up on AL.com, is making that a news item today with what Nimari said on the show. We'll have it up on all our platforms. You can go back and watch it and see it. But we're already sending some of that out. Make sure you're like and subscribe wherever you get the Next Round, whether you're watching us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, or Twitch. All our Instagram posts there, stories and reels, our YouTube shorts, listening to us live on TuneIn Radio, iHeart Radio apps, Odyssey, Alexa, of course, Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Thank you, however you consume us here on the Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Tyler on the back row. Forrester on a little bit of a vacation. Taylor Korn handling everything social media and quickly trying to get everything up for you so you can digest it if you missed any of Nimari Burnett. We'll jump into some college football, more basketball here in just a second. But first, Precision Sports gets you back in the game.
Injuries are a part of sports. You know that. They're part of life, too. The older you get, the more they stack up. If you're feeling, say, a sharp pain in your shoulder, as you've started some of that spring cleaning, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics is here to help you. 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area that can get your life back on track. Make that appointment today as they are rebuilding champions on and off the field at PrecisionSportsOrtho.com. That is PrecisionSportsOrtho.com. Or call 855-219-6200.
So really, we're talking about spring cleaning injuries?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, as you get older, you might hurt that shoulder. Spring cleaning, you move it around a little too much, pull a muscle. I mean, you're not doing spring cleaning. You don't know how tough it is.
It's just like destroyed. What were we doing? I was Swiffering the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's a spring.
Man, I'll tell you what. You clean that pollen outside, you feel it the next day, Rockstar.
I've been feeling the pollen even inside.
Well, yeah, but I'm just meaning your body, man, not in your nostrils or whatever. It hurts. It hurt doing that, Rockstar.
So basketball conversation continuing in the Vulcan Tire. It's almost like we've opened up the psychoanalyst chair, like the Apple television shrinking, and just come on in and lay down on the couch, folks, or sit in the chair and start to vent about Alabama basketball.
Do I need to put on tortoiseshell glasses and a sweater?
We have just now we've started to tap into the vein and the anguish of Alabama basketball over there. Paul Clowney passed up like 5 threes in that Sweet 16 game, played tentatively. Tommy says he would be great with a nice drop step or a short jump hook, basically make him Jabbar, or develop a 5'8" jumper, but not really in the Oates offense there.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, neither of those things are a big part of the Nate Oates offense.
Do you feel like all of a sudden, after one loss, the Alabama fans are questioning a little bit of the Nate Oates offense?
I mean, I think that's the natural inclination of fans.
Is it? Do a football equivalent for me.
To Nate Oates?
No, give me a football equivalent of how the Alabama fans react to something Alabama football does compared to the Nate Oates offense.
Nick Saban's the best that's ever done it. We've seen him get questioned by fans. I would guess.
Is this run the ball?
Yeah,
run the damn ball.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I would go
take a 5-foot jumper, run the damn ball, take a 5-foot damn jumper.
It feels
you got to
like
throw damn in it to make it seem like I'm a serious fan.
You? I would go back to 2012 when they didn't run it down on the goal line against Texas A&M.
Yeah,
I mean that was a criticism of. Well, no. I'll give you a better example. Over the past couple of years, basically since Najee Harris, the criticism of going away from the physical run game. Alabama can no longer just line up, impose their will, and run it.
Line up and run the damn ball.
It's a flaw in Nick Saban's offensive philosophy now. He's gotten soft in his old age. I guess that's an example of it.
Just shoot a damn 10-foot jumper. It's wide open, man. Shoot it. Throw it to the tight end.
Yeah.
Shoot the 5-foot jumper. Everything doesn't have to be threes or lay-ins. Can I just make a point?
Sure, Jim.
Cover the score. Cover.
Can I just make a point, though? You're in the Sweet 16 as the number 1 overall seed because of that offense, right? A lot of those players came to Alabama because of that offense, that style of offense. It's going to give and take away, yes, but you had your best chance ever to make it to the Final Four because of that offense.
Well, I will say Nate Oates, has given you two 16-2 conference seasons.
Yeah. And
those are hard to come by.
And 2 SEC championships and 2 tournament championships.
Right. 2 regular season and tournament championships in 4 years. So half the time he's there, he's 34-4 or 32-4. Okay, so for 2 seasons he's 32-4 with regular season and conference championships. Now the other 2 seasons, 8-10, 9-9 in conference. So it's been up, down, up, down. I don't know that that's system related. I think that has been a little bit of player related. You know, the 21-22 team will forever be puzzling. You know, you had a lot of good parts there, but they just never could get the cohesion. Like not this team, but last year's team. You know, you had a lot of good parts on that team.
Nothing wrong with Oates' system, but if you come across a team that is good against that, you may need to adjust strategy in the game. Chad says, much like football, everyone knew the lack of weapons was going to cost Saban a few games. I don't know if you had any lack of weapons in basketball, though. I guess you can have bad shooting nights that make it look like you don't have any weapons. Listen, man, I just don't. That's the system, and it's going to work. And then, you know, maybe it doesn't work in a game or two. You're right. Like Mike Leach had a system that worked against teams that were sometimes better talented than Mississippi State, but it never worked against Alabama. Right. Anytime he ran up against, Alabama's defense and players, that system didn't work. It worked against a lot of people, but it didn't work against Alabama. And you heard Conor O'Gara call San Diego State the West Coast Tennessee. I could see a lot of that, and that system struggled against Tennessee.
Would you say it's hard to be an Alabama basketball fan?
I think there are some Alabama basketball fans that love to simply be pissed off and angry about everything in life. So I do think there is a small fraction or faction, either way you want to go there, of Alabama fans who call themselves great fans who just like to be pissed off about everything and can't find joy in any of the success.
Yeah, but I mean, historically, football success has seemingly come easy for Alabama fans, for Alabama's football program. I know it's not easy. I'm just saying if you're an Alabama fan, you're spoiled. That's come pretty easy. I mean, we sat here and listed heartbreaking Alabama sports losses the other day. I had a 2013 football game in there and a 1974-5 football game in there. And other people are like, how'd you leave out Punt Bama Punt? That was 1972. I mean, you got to go a long way back to find just gut-wrenching football moments for Alabama football. The success has come easier there than almost any other sports program in America. And it doesn't come easy in basketball.
I think you would find using a calendar almost the same difference of despair between the Elite Eight run of Alabama and what Nate is doing now. It was roughly, about 17 years, sort of the time between Gene Stallings' national championship and Nick Saban's national championship. The problem is that you haven't been to the Final Four and you haven't won a national championship in basketball, and people are yearning for what they don't have, so it's so hard to get there. There's no heartbreak like Bama Hoops heartbreak, says Daniel over there. Jay Pear, who's a big Alabama fan, I really just wanted a Sweet 16 this year, and then as the year went along, they ended up being so good, so it made the loss so much worse. And I think that's what happens in basketball. It's such a – go ahead. I don't really know what I'm trying to say here, except I think you're right. It's harder being a basketball player. I just don't know. I'm a basketball fan as opposed to being a football fan. I think football is equally as frustrating because you were leading Georgia in 2020 to win another national championship. You got blown out in 2018 when you felt like that team with Tua Tagovailoa was good enough to win that one after beating Oklahoma. In 2016, Jalen Hurts, a freshman, led you down the field and scored, and all you had to do, your mighty defense, was make one stop, and you win another national championship. 2014, you were kicking Ohio State's ass for a little bit to start the game, and then all of a sudden the OC starts doing some funky stuff, and then you lose control of the game, and then you lose that one. 2013, you're about to go back to back to back, and there's a kick six. I mean, that sounds frustrating as hell too.
Do 2005.
Yeah.
But I mean, the problem is, not the problem.
2010, I got everybody coming back, including a Heisman Trophy winner, and you lose 3 games. I mean, it can be frustrating in football too.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but no football fan walks out of any of those stadiums that's an Alabama fan thinking either of these thoughts. My gosh, we're never going to get there, or we'll never be there again. And if you're an Alabama fan, you walk out of some of these games, sometimes you're like, I just wonder if we're ever going to get to the Final Four. This is maybe the best chance Alabama's ever had to get to the Final Four. You can get to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would agree.
Yeah.
And I've told you, I think I told you that up in Louisville. It may have been deep in the night and I was overserved, but I think I said I've seen so many of the Alabama football championships. I just want one basketball championship before I die. And I'm getting old. I'm running out of time.
You are. The years are stacking up.
You are.
I am.
We are. I just added another one yesterday, Rockstar. Another year to my life.
I want one so bad. It's not a humble brag, but, in my lifetime, I saw 73 and 78 and 79 and 92 Rockstar. I saw 09, I saw 11, I saw 12, I saw 15, I saw 17, I saw 2020.
Yeah, you're making my point on the football and basketball.
I've seen all those.
Yeah.
I'd love to see one basketball one. Just one.
Yeah.
Just one.
I don't know, man. I think sometimes it's hard to be an Alabama basketball fan because the football team has given you such a taste of success. And you would just like that one taste in basketball, and you can't ever get there. And to Jay Pear's point, I don't know how many Alabama fans started the year thinking this was a Sweet 16. I'll just be happy with a Sweet 16. I do know that from that Houston game on, the Gonzaga game notwithstanding, from the Houston game on, every Alabama fan out there, I think, thought this team has got Final Four potential. And anything short of that was going to be a disappointment.
Well, the committee said it. You're the number one overall seed. So at that point, if you're the number one overall seed, if you don't win the national championship, you've underachieved at that point.
But I think even just making a Final Four, yes, you would have underachieved, but Alabama fans would have said, at least we finally got there.
Yeah.
At least we finally saw the promised land.
It's flying by too quickly, but Bobby, big Auburn fan, makes a great point. There are just a ton of gut-wrenching football losses. I just named a few. There's a ton of them dating back to 1989, which was one of my top 5 biggest disappointments in Alabama sports history when Alabama lost the first one at Auburn, because that was going to be a historic game that people would talk about forever, and it would have said so much if Alabama had won that game. Plus, it would have kept them in the hunt for a national championship. I think they would have still lost to Miami, but still. I'm going to say this.
Okay, say it.
Alabama has won so much in football that I think the losses and disappointment hurts worse than in basketball, because you expect it. In football, you expect to win in football.
I think
so. They become gut-wrenching, as Bobby says.
I think that's more a function of the Alabama fan base is far greater football fans than basketball fans. I think that's more a function of that that the football means more to them. The vast majority of Alabama fans, the football means more to them than basketball. There are some that the basketball means more to. I get that. I'm not saying that's not the case. But the vast majority of the fan base, they are far more passionate about the football than they are the basketball. That would be why it hurts more, because you're hurting my favorite kid now. You know, I've picked a favorite, and that's the one you're hurting.
Well, I mean, that's it. I mean, you walk into stadiums around the SEC or in the college football playoffs, and you're like, hey, everybody's buzzing. Oh, Alabama's here, and then when you get your butt kicked, and you have to walk back out going,
yeah, but
good job, everybody.
But you never walk out. You never walk out wondering if you're going to play for a championship. Ever again.
No,
never again.
no.
Never. Not
you,
one time in football.
And you do wonder if the program will ever get to a Final Four.
It's a valid question. I mean, like I asked that of Reese yesterday about Gonzaga. I mean, if I'm a Gonzaga fan today, I've had, success I never could have dreamt. But windows don't stay open forever. I do wonder, am I ever going to be able to win that national championship? Mark Few's 60 years old.
Yeah, but I just, and while we're talking about this.
New money, by the way, Gonzaga, not Blue Blood.
Champy's Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They bring you this hour. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Sterling and the crew right there. But look, I mean, you're talking about ever winning one.
Yeah.
Louisville has 2. Michigan State, pretty good. 2. And one would get you under the board. It's
they're hard to win.
Basketball's, and I've said this before, and maybe it's because I've seen so many in the SEC. Basketball just seems so much harder to win a national championship than it is in college football. College football, let's be honest, for most of college football's history, it's been a popularity contest that gives you a chance to play for a championship, right? Where being quote unquote a blue blood gave you extreme advantages over a lot of other programs in the country that that at least allowed you to play in the Masters. You can't win the Masters if you're not in the Masters, right? And
you can't.
Using a golf analogy.
Yeah.
And in football, there was such a popularity contest that was part of the poll system until we started doing the playoffs. And still to this day, the way we get to the 14 playoffs, if you're a have and better than a have not, you've got a better chance of getting into those playoffs.
It's weird. I think it's easier to win the football championship than the basketball championship, but it is far easier to get into the basketball championship event.
In the event, yes.
In the event, but I mean, you got to, this day and age, if you're an 8 seed or higher, there's not really anything blocking you. There's no blockade to win the whole thing.
Yeah, 11 seed. UCLA was in there 2 years ago.
I mean, they were, and VCU has been as an 11 seed. Yeah. But I think if you realistically look 1 through 9, I mean, there's not a whole lot blocking you there. Look at Florida Atlantic.
There's not, and I think that's what makes it so hard to win it.
Yeah, it makes it easier to get in, but harder to win.
It's almost like spinning the wheel we have in the other room.
Whereas
it's easy to get in, hard to win 6 in a row.
Easier to get in, harder to win. The football, harder to get in, much easier to win. It's kind of the weird dynamic.
Yeah, and I believe this 99% of the time, the best football team wins. The best football team,
I think
in the game wins.
I mean, sometimes. Oh, you mean in the game, just not the season?
Yeah,
because
not the season.
I would almost say season. I would almost say. I don't know if I'd go 90%.
Yeah,
but. See, a lot of times the problem is like Alabama, Clemson. I mean, they were both so good. It's hard to say who was best all season. Alabama, Georgia.
Yeah.
Both so good in 17 and even really in 20. Georgia was I think a better team in 21. But you see what I'm saying? I mean, most of the time the 2 best teams all year long play for the national championship.
But when they get on the field and play the games, I mean, TCU beat Michigan. But I felt like if we played that game again, maybe Michigan would win it. I don't know.
But you know what? I don't think it really mattered when you look at what Georgia did to TCU.
But Georgia was the best team in football last year.
Zero doubt.
They were the best team in football.
Zero doubt. All year long.
The year before that, Georgia was better than Alabama. I mean, Alabama had a chance to win the national championship, and they were not the best team.
It was closer.
It was close, but they were not the best team in college football. Georgia had been that all year long.
COVID year, Alabama clearly the best team.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Year.
LSU
Usually,
in 19, clearly the best team.
But in basketball, it's such a weird sport that you can put the 2 teams on the court, and one team is the better team, but it's just one of those fickle sports where the best team doesn't always win the game. And then you've got to do that 6 times.
I know. I mean, there's not a single 1 seed in the Elite 8. Those are your 4 best teams in America. And none of them are there. I mean, my gosh, start counting the 2 seeds that are still floating around. I mean, that's your top 8 teams in America. How did they do?
Yeah, one more thing to make a point here. After Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for turkey time. I'm not talking about Thanksgiving, of course. That's a long way away. I'm talking about turkey season. Don't waste your time running all over town to collect your hunting gear. You should spend that time out hunting. Nichols Outfitters has everything you need for a great turkey season. The calls, decoys, camp, and top quality firearms you've come to expect from Nichols Outfitters. Drop in today and get out on the hunt. Exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham. NicholsOutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
All right. Remember, Rockstar's Lounge returns a week from this Friday. At some point, Taylor, let's set up a place where people can throw in a request so that Rockstar has a long list of songs.
Yeah. So I can disappoint a lot of people.
No, I mean, just throw your request in there, and Rockstar will pick from that list. Maybe you'll. Oh, I'd love to do that song. Like I'm sure he's going to do at some point. The wonderful, what's it called? When September's done, Green Day.
When September ends.
When September ends, Green Day.
Hey, we'll hang out when September's done.
The wonderful.
He's out there working on the trees.
Yeah. Weirdest Final Fours ever. That was the discussion at the Athletic yesterday. So I mentioned 2011, also in Houston, when it had Kentucky as a 3 seed, UConn as a 4 seed, Butler and VCU, before Butler and VCU was household names. 1979, okay? One of the most famous championship games ever because it's Magic and Bird. Michigan State. But Bird played for Indiana State.
Yeah. Undefeated Indiana State.
Let's don't let that slip past you guys. It was Indiana State, who their only other time in the NCAAs, they were Division II.
Yeah.
So they were barely new to the party.
Turned out they had
the Final Four.
Pretty good player.
Other teams in that Final Four, DePaul,
right,
which was sort of a power back then.
Yeah, they were a good basketball program, yeah.
And Penn from the Ivy League.
Not so much, huh?
And they had beaten number 1 North Carolina to get there.
Wow.
So in 79, I mean, is that weirder than this Final Four?
Indiana State, DePaul, Penn, and Michigan State.
Yeah, Michigan State, Indiana State, DePaul, and Penn.
Yeah, it's pretty out there. It feels a little bit like this year.
The worst one of the most out there one, not of all time, but 50 years, whatever. 1970. UCLA and John Wooden was winning everything.
Okay.
UCLA was there, they would win it. The other 3 teams in that Final Four, Jacksonville.
Hugh Durham was the coach then?
The Dolphins, yes. Yeah. I don't even know if they were the Dolphins back then.
I don't know either.
I don't even know if we had Dolphins in 1970.
Oh, we did. Miami.
No, they didn't. Dolphins appeared in '88.
Excuse me, Miami Dolphins. They
Jacksonville. New Mexico State.
Yeah, not the Lobos, the Aggies, right?
And St. Bonaventure. That was your Final Four.
What a bad Final Four.
UCLA, Jacksonville, New Mexico State, and St. Bonaventure. So when you see the Final Four this week at Florida Atlantic, San Diego State, UConn, and Miami, think back to 1970 when it was UCLA, Jacksonville, New Mexico State, and St. Bonaventure. In the realignment world, they ain't nobody knocking on Jacksonville, New Mexico State, or in St. Bonaventure's world, and they've been to a Final Four, and Alabama's never been there.
I know. I mean, do you think John Wooden even showed up until game day for that one? He's like, are you kidding me? This is the Final Four we got to win?
Just crazy. That's from The Athletic. When we come back, Brownie will do trash today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City wants to hook you up right now. How many of you have had a windstorm or a rainstorm, a thunderstorm recently? I know we have a couple of times. Been talking to our friends on the golf course everywhere. Down at the Meadows the other day, they had a lot of water down there. Bent Brook yesterday, a beautiful day to be on the golf course at Bent Brook. Steel cart path only there yesterday. Should be dry enough to get out there today. But everybody's been talking about all the rain, all the wind. Yesterday was a sunny day, but the wind was gusting. That can loosen those shingles on your roof, cause a little damage up there that you don't even see. You don't even know you've got problems until it's too late, when you've already got a leakage and some damage up there. That's why you need a free, no-cost roof inspection. Just get up there and check those shingles out. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. That's Greg Nelson in Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife run the company, locally owned for over 20 years, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureaus. Here's the best thing. Insurance companies trust Greg, so he's able to work to help you get the claims you need. That roof inspection is free, 205-542-3531. You can look him up on Facebook as well, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Back with you on the Next Round as we get ready to roll on. I want to tell you about Harbin's Outdoors first here. And best part about this is it's going to be the first time I ever read through this. But these guys are really, really experienced. Harbin's Outdoors won't be their first time ever to go work outside. Harbin's Outdoors is, in fact, award-winning landscape company here. You've seen LT talk about this. In fact, LT, if he ends up wanting to switch houses here soon, he's going to call Harbin's Outdoor for a new pool. I don't know if Harbin's knows that yet or not. They specialize in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. You see the pictures on the screen. They're just beautiful work. Jeremy and his team do that. And they're one-stop shop as well for your pool construction needs. A lot of times when you do some pool construction, you have to bring in 2 or 3 different companies to do this or do that. Not with Harbin's. They do it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's actually beautiful work. Pictures don't lie, Rockstar. You can find them. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. Harbins_outdoor to see it for yourself. And that includes the rock slide that I like to call it right there. It's beautiful. Or you can actually text Jeremy directly. This is his cell number. So text Jeremy and say, man, Dunaway did a great read today for you. 205-300-0111. 0718. Is that even a real phone number? 205 300
What's going on?
0718. 205 300 0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are at the center of all that they do. Call them today for all your landscaping needs. It's Harbin's Outdoors.
We're going to start this ad campaign. Let's give them a fake phone number.
Is it even real? Who knows?
Who knows? You'll have to call
205.
it.
We'll call them up and see if it's real. 205 300 0718. Actually, I thought it was a pretty good read.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Was that your first time?
It was.
Dude, you are a hammer.
I just thought I would jump in there and just be honest and
that's
let them
good.
know that
Yeah.
LT was out today.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I get it.
And I had to jump in out of the bullpen for Lance Taylor there. Interesting two notes before Brown gets to trivia. One,
trash.
Excuse me, trash. Trivia tonight for Brownie. Lunsford. Lunsford? Can I get Lunsford's mic? What's this weekend?
This weekend?
Yep.
That's why Jim is the
Dungeons
last.
and Dragons comes out.
Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh, wow.
Finally. Jeez.
Oh, you're telling me.
All you guys can leave the basement and go to the theater this weekend.
There's going to be so many hot chicks there.
So there's a movie, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, it comes out tomorrow.
Hey, is it real that they're doing Back to the Future 4?
No, I think
Is that a goof on TikTok? I saw it on TikTok last night.
Zemeckis said there will never be a sequel or there will never be a
Okay, well, they're showing
Redo.
something on TikTok, so that must be some sort of gimmick.
I think it's probably a short. This weekend is WrestleMania.
How about that?
Lunsford.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Yeah, at SoFi Stadium.
Cool.
Could be fun. SoFi Stadium.
Who's the big match?
Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes is the headlining match. I think.
Oh, I thought the Miz
Cody?
would be in it. Is it not the Miz?
I mean, the Miz is still active. I don't know if he's wrestling at WrestleMania.
Well, he's only 42.
He's fallen off a little bit.
And for what I'm told, he has a reality show, Miz and the Misses.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah. And he used to be on Real World Back to New York. That's all I know about wrestling. Except I do know the number. I don't think Lunsford should answer this because he knows it. If you had to guess, how many WrestleManias is this?
This is got to be like 32. No. I would say 45.
I was going to say 48.
39, if
39.
I'm correct. WrestleMania 39. I mean, it was just WrestleMania 27 when it was in Atlanta. You guys remember that?
Oh, God, I remember that like it was yesterday.
That's when The Miz beat John Cena. That's all I know about wrestling. That's everything I know right there. This will interest Brown. Mike Trout and Tiger Woods are teaming up to build a golf course in New Jersey.
I saw this. They're going to call it, it's, I think, going to actually be called Trout National. Mike Trout will have his name on the course, but Tiger Woods is doing the design.
Trout National at the Reserve.
Yeah.
And is a Tiger Woods design. What do you think Trout has to pay and the Trout company has to pay to get Tiger Woods to design it?
Significant. Yeah. I mean,
and to be quoted.
Yeah, that does not come cheap. You know, Golf Geek for 30 seconds, you know, Jack Nicklaus, you could play a course that's a Jack Nicklaus signature design, which means Jack Nicklaus's company did it, but Jack didn't necessarily do it.
Right.
And I think Arnold Palmer was the same way. I don't know that Tiger is there yet. I think Tiger will actually do this. But, you know, years down the road, you might play Tiger Woods' signature course, which means Tiger's company did it, but Tiger himself did not.
Yeah, but this would be Tiger Woods himself walking the property and going, oh, this looks like a nice dog leg right.
Let's put a green right here.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Stacy says, no way Dungeon and Dragon movie makes back $150 million, I guess, that it costs to make. You think it makes it back?
Oh, it'll 100% make that worldwide. I mean, yes, it'll make that back worldwide. I mean, it's not going to be the highest grossing movie or anything, but it'll make that back.
Oh, Grant says he thinks the Mario movie is going to be number one gross all time.
Mario's going to be huge.
But do you think it could be the number one gross of all time?
Oh, no, not even close to that. Not like
That's
Avatar was.
That's what he said.
Or Avengers. But, I mean, you got to think worldwide with that.
Yeah.
Asian countries.
Well, I know
like
Halle Brown is very excited about it. I can tell you that.
When does that come out? And what
Next
is
week.
Next week. Yeah.
Mario comes out next week? What's that about?
Mario.
He starts a small mafia, and they are getting revenge on Bowser, and they are like cutting heads off. Like it is supposed to be brutal.
Blood in the streets.
Throwing shells at people.
And he's got a little bit of an addiction problem. He keeps hiding his arms. They're like, Mario, what's up? Nothing. Mind your business. Turn into Mickey.
All right. Woo! Let's do trash.
Hey, your old man passed away, right?
Oh, wow.
No, not yet.
Oh, I thought he did. I thought the judge was dead.
My brother died.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Don't forget, listen, that real estate market's still red hot out there. If you're looking to start a home buying journey, the first place you need to visit is Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR gets you started there. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Lending a mortgage, priority number one when you want to buy that home. Start with Mortgage Right and don't have the hassle. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. So we had some firefighters in the building yesterday, as Dunaway calls them, hot firefighters.
It goes without saying.
Yes.
They're not hot until July when they peel those shirts off.
These were late March firefighters, only getting hot. These firefighters had a weird discovery. A missing plumber, speaking of Mario, he was a plumber, right? He and Luigi.
Yeah, they have different things. He's also known as Jumpman from Donkey Kong.
Oh, okay. A missing plumber that sparked a rescue by L.A. firefighters fell asleep in the home's crawl space.
It happens. It's a nice, cozy, doesn't smell at all.
I mean, how do you sleep in a crawl space? I could sleep a lot of places, but a crawl space would not be one of them.
I instantly would be thinking about spiders crawling on me.
Awful.
Not just spiders.
A worried homeowner called for help when the 50-year-old plumber did not return after 3 hours after entering the 2,100 square foot home crawl space Saturday, March 25th. The home was built in 1958 and had a 3-foot high crawl space, so we had tons of room in there to get some sleep.
I think mine is about 4 feet and maybe 4.
It's almost like a human coffin at that point.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, there was a crawl space under our house, and there was I want to say it was probably 3 or 4 feet, and there was a door where you could open it, outside and look in there. And it was always, it smells so dank in there.
It's cold.
It's cold. And I never went in there as a kid. I'd open the door and look in there, but I'd never go in.
So I used to play my imaginary baseball games by throwing a tennis ball or a racquetball up against a brick wall that did happen to have, that went under our porch, 2 little openings. And it was hard. I was never aiming for it, but occasionally, not being a professional player, my pitches would be wild. And occasionally it would fit right between those blocks and go into the crawl space.
Oh.
And if I did not have another tennis ball and or racquetball standing by, I'd have to eventually get up enough balls to crawl under there to get my balls back. And that was always a lot of flashlight looking around to see if anything moved, anything looked back at me.
You bang on the door just see if anything moves. Yeah. So anyway, this guy was alive, but they had to cut 2 holes in the house floor with chainsaws to rescue him. He woke up, crawled out on his own after that happened. Seems like they kind of went to that plan a little quick to me.
Yeah, can we just drag him out the way he got in?
Yeah. New museum in Brooklyn, New York. It is in Sunset Park, and it is the museum of the most successful businesses that have very bad ideas. It's called the Museum of Failure. Celebrates bad ideas, silly designs, and overhyped products that never really took off. Like this. Do you have photos of these, Rockstar? Do I need to slow down? The 2011 Bic for Her pens. So it is a pen designed for females.
Yep.
So you ask the question, how would I design a pen for females? Well, basically, all they did was take a pen and add glitter to it and charge more for it.
See, I like Bic for Her. That's a great idea.
Yeah. It was a great product. Let's pay her less, but charge her more for her work utensil.
I mean, how insulting that, what would a female want in a pen? Glitter?
Got you a pen. Why don't you write everything that's awesome about me?
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's a chick pen.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
You said Bic. Okay.
Bic, yes, Bic.
It's a great ad campaign.
Yeah.
Somebody changed that T-shirt, I'm sure, back in the day.
Bics for chicks. Bic, please.
I remember this. The Google
Bic, please.
The Google Glass. It was a brand of smart glasses that raised some red flags regarding privacy. The Google Glasses were basically, it was the internet, and Rockstar, if I'm not mistaken, it would project it on the inside of the glasses.
Yeah, but I would love for, I guess, I don't know if they're still production. I'll put Lunsford on, but having Lance wear one for a week, just keeping it on, oh my God, that would be so awesome just to watch that.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making glasses now that are basically alternate reality glasses, so it's the next step of VR. You wear it looks like sunglasses basically, but it can project so I have monitors in front of me right now running the stream. I can just have a virtual version of those monitors right there and still be looking at you, but it's like I'm wearing sunglasses. That's kind of the next evolution of this.
Well, I will tell you that when did this come out, Rockstar? Because I was in the 90s?
It was like 20. No, like
No,
2010.
okay. No, it's fairly
Yeah, it's
recent.
probably about 15 years ago.
Yeah.
When they came out, I was like, I'm all for this. We've never looked more futuristic than that right there.
Yeah. I didn't catch on, Jim.
Oh, I know. But helped out by the fact I can't read a menu when it's that close. It needs to be across the room for me to read it.
How about a beauty product that shocks the face with electrical stimulation, but doesn't work? That's the Rejuvenate electrical face mask from 1990.
Do you not remember that commercial, that infomercial?
I do not.
Oh my God. So scary.
I mean, who would wear that?
Yeah.
Looks like the stuff of nightmares, as the story says here.
I'm just gonna go read my book. My
You walk on, honey, I'm home. Oh, God.
Oh, no. It's my wife.
Welcome home, honey.
The
You
museum
sound different tonight.
The museum ranges from famous Soviet cars to a now discontinued Segway scooter to the massive set of metal-tipped darts.
What does a Soviet car look like, I wonder, back in the day?
I don't know.
They didn't specify.
Everybody talks about what a bad idea lawn darts are.
Oh,
which
my God.
Really, I mean, that's something that sharp sailing through the air cannot be a good idea with kids.
Ended up not being. I think it injured many.
I mean,
a lot of head injuries.
Eventually, a modern-day Flint is going to throw one of these at a modern-day Taylor.
Oh, Flint.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you threw them way in the sky.
Sure, you tried to land them in that circle, right?
And land them in the circle. And if you just happen to be off and somebody was standing by the circle, they'd catch one in the noggin.
I caught a dart in the noggin.
Yeah, and it would stick.
Yeah.
Is this a problem?
Well, let's finish the game. We'll take you after. In Osaka, Japan, a government employee has received a 10% salary cut for 6 months in order to return about $11,000 of his salary for smoking too much.
Oh, wow.
He smoked a total of 4,512 times during work over 14 and a half years. So I don't guess he got an actual smoke break.
That's a lot of cigarettes.
So when I was in college at Jacksonville State, we had a business professor who was Canadian by birth, and he said a pack of cigarettes in Canada was 20 cigarettes. I don't know what a pack in America is, but he said
around 20.
Oh, was it? I thought he was insinuating there were more in Canada, so maybe I was wrong. And he said he was a 3-pack a day smoker.
Wow.
And he made us do the math. It was a marketing or statistics class or whatever, business statistics. Made us do the math on how often he was smoking a cigarette. And it was scary, like when we did the math, because he would say, okay, take out the 8 hours I'm asleep. Take out, the total hour that I'm eating food during the day. And it came down to the fact that literally to get it done, he was having to light one off the other. And he said, that's exactly what I was doing. I would finish one, light the next one.
God.
And he quit, by the way.
That's awesome.
That was how addicted he was and quit.
Well, I mean, don't you, when you go to the doctor, do you fudge on any of these type things? Like, not about smoking, because they usually ask you, do you smoke or do you not smoke?
That's a hard no for me.
Tobacco products.
But like, do you ever go, and not you, Rockstar, because you don't drink, and Brown, you barely ever touch it at all, but do you ever go and they ask you, hey, how many alcoholic drinks do you have in a week? And I always feel like everyone lies about that number.
Oh, you know they do.
I don't want to be judged. Probably 2 drinks a week, probably.
But I had a friend one time who told him the real number, and he said about 50 or 60 a week, and he told me that the nurse practitioner virtually fell on the floor. Like
there was an audible gasp.
Yeah, thought you're joking, right? No, 50 to 60 a week. Is that a problem?
No.
No, we'll just...
Yeah. That's not what I'm here for.
Normally, mine is like...
I miss Dave. He was a good guy. No, he's not his name, not his real name. But
So,
I just think most people lie in those situations, right? You don't give them a real number.
But it's crazy, too, because they're there to help you, but you feel bad. Like they could help you
right
if you have an issue.
Like when we were doing life insurance policies recently, they're like, hey, how many alcoholic drinks do you have a week? And I'm like, one or two.
Yeah, who's buying?
Always social.
Yeah.
Always social.
So this guy, by the way, 355 hours, 19 minutes over 14 years, they calculated he was smoking. I did used to think, like, back in the radio days, people got an actual smoke break.
I think they did, but how long was the smoke break?
Well,
10
I don't
minutes?
know, but...
you went on your own. It was like going to the bathroom. Or
no, there was you remember where we were? There was the bottom,
the smoking pole
outside of the pole.
But it was never regulated, and I used to get really mad about it because I was a non-smoker, and I'd be like, "Hey, I need this graphic built," and well, he's on a smoke break. I don't care. I need my graphic. He was just on a smoke break, 15 minutes ago when I was back here.
Some people would leave the board during the show and go smoke.
Yeah. Well, my favorite was back in the radio days. There were, I think, 4 smokers outposts right next to every entry in the building.
Right.
And it was designed so that they wouldn't throw their butts out. They would just drop them down in that thing. But I'm like, yeah, but you're also smoking right here where I've got to walk. Now I've got to walk through the cloud of smoke to get in.
It's a good sight for a guest coming.
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm old enough that, and I've told this on the air before, but it's worth mentioning now. As a fundraiser at the school, I forget how much we could pay. $5 a semester, $10 a semester. I think it was $5 a semester. And you were able to, during your break, and this was only for juniors and seniors, you could go out to the smoking pole at Thompson and smoke one period a day. I think it was during the snack period or after lunch or whatever. So people would pay $5 in high school, junior, senior, and go out to the smoking pole, hang out and smoke cigarettes.
I got to ask, did Jim Dunaway do it?
I did not, and I'm
which was amazing.
FOMO guy, but I did try to date a lot of girls who went out there because I was always like,
out there.
I was always like, if she's at the smoking pole, maybe she'd be fun to hang out with after the football game.
For the second straight day, we're going to skip the Gwyneth Paltrow story. Not that I dislike it,
just
but
the headline just got me.
Yeah, I know. I don't dislike the story, but I do want to get to imposter brands for consumers real quick because Rockstar has done some photo work on
Yeah, you know
these.
about imposter brands where like they have different names, like they try to get away with.
Right.
Coke, they'll put like cola.
Can we do this for a second?
Yeah.
Since it's not a huge sports day, can you do Gwyneth Paltrow? We'll take a break, and let's do imposter brands in its own segment coming up in the next
You okay
segment.
with that, Rockstar?
I am so good with that.
Okay. Gwyneth Paltrow, let me get back to it. Here's the headline Rockstar said.
Can we just pause for a second
Sure,
and realize
Jim.
how much I have grown as a host in 13 years?
Would you compliment him?
It's after I think it was the great Harbin Reed of 2023. Like after
Is that a real phone number? Anyway, call.
Things just changed with Dunaway.
Yeah. Do you know why? Because my daughter was complimenting us on the job we did yesterday during the fire. When we Lunsford got us on the Zoom, we went downstairs, and I went back and watched that, and I was really happy with all of our performances except one moment when I tried to interject a sports segment trying to be funny, but I didn't like that. So I decided then I will never try to force a sports segment again.
Will you write that down right now?
Rockstar.
Sign it.
Lunsford, if we could timestamp this right here,
I will
please.
never try to force in a sports segment the rest of this week.
Okay. The headline, here's the dangerous truth about Gwyneth Paltrow's rectal ozone therapy. Earlier this month, wellness queen Gwyneth Paltrow admitted to doing rectal ozone therapy, but doctors are now warning against it. We've got a photo of this, Rockstar, or you're just getting ready for the next
time?
Okay.
Get a photo of her.
The therapy uses medical-grade ozone gas administered through an ozone generator device inserted in your body in many ways.
Yeah, through the anus.
That is correct, Jim.
Yes.
It can be blown up the bum via catheter, as it says here, and Paltrow has suggested she does this. Doctors say this is very dangerous.
Yeah, it could actually blow holes in your intestinal tract.
Apparently, the therapy has multiple benefits, they claim, like reducing oxidative stress, giving the immune system a boost, and protecting your body from things like bacteria and fungus.
So you think me sticking a tube up your woo-ha is going to relieve stress?
And you're blowing ozone gas up?
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm going to like that, no. So, I don't even like the bidet. And it's just touching.
I've never used a bidet.
I don't like it.
So
I just do the fire hose.
I saw her in some court testimony.
Yeah, something about a ski thing.
She's all over the news. She hit a skier like 2 years ago, and he said he's like got really bad back damage and brain damage.
And she was being really good against a lawyer. I saw last night on the news or something. It was like,
well, she said that her attorneys 2 days ago asked the judge, would it be, since what all they've gone through, is it okay if we bring the bailiffs treats? And they said no.
No.
They're all candles. They're candles of my scent, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
That is trash.
It is presented by Mortgage Right. Priority number one when you want to buy a home, get with Mortgage Right so that you don't have the hassle. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
And as always, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. That Mississippi Delta recipe tamale sounds fantastic right now. I really have fallen in love with all their sides, including the slaw and the baked beans that are just different there than they've ever been before. Wonderful Southern fried chicken, the po' boys, and so much more, including the hand-cut chicken fingers. You can't beat them. ChampysChicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by and see Sterling and say hi to him. ChampysChicken.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Brownie, you've already told them. No, you haven't. Tell them about NASCAR. You haven't told them about NASCAR this hour. I just heard one in the commercial break about how we're getting ready for the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR history.
It's the best one. You heard Brian Crichton, track president, yesterday saying, man, all the other track presidents talk about the jealousy.
Would it be offensive if I asked for you to bring me a glass of ice?
Yeah,
probably so.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's the website to go to for all the information. Jim mentioned adding that garage experience to your already packed Talladega Superspeedway weekend. You can do that with the Geico 500 Friday, April 21st through Sunday, April 23rd. That caps off the Geico 500 weekend. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's what they do on the post race. They take a big old swig.
The guys back at the garage had the car dialed in today.
God, that's refreshing.
It is, actually.
Okay, so we had one more story left over from trash. We'll talk to Todd Fuhrman about the games coming up, but also NFL win totals. So Final Four NFL win totals, and he'll give us a little love about UAB going on in his city as well. That's coming up at the top of the hour. But right now, back to one story we didn't get to.
Yeah, Rockstar's going to give us imposter brands. So these are brands that are trying to trick consumers into thinking they're getting the name brand, basically?
It's usually overseas, but
okay.
You know, everybody uses Crest toothpaste.
Crest toothpaste. That is Crust toothpaste. Same color and everything.
That's not true.
Yeah. And then you got The mini versions of Dr. Pepper, which is just awesome just to read some of these.
Dr. Bold.
Yeah, I like the one bottom middle, Dr. Becker.
One is Dr. Bob?
Dr. A+, Dr. Skipper, the Doctor.
Yeah.
You know what I don't see is there's Dr. Thunder, which I think was Winn-Dixie or Food or Walmart, but there was also a Dr. Check back in the day.
There's a Dr. Shasta. Is that a Dr. Fine soda?
Yeah.
The real Doctor. Food Club, Dr. Wow.
I wonder
Wow.
I wonder which one's the closest.
We've all had a friend where she's been looking for Dr. Right
Another
up there in the right
question
corner.
is, if I ask you, I've drank soda before, but I've never in my life drank a Dr. Pepper. What does it taste like?
If I were being honest with you, I would say a little bit like medicine, but good medicine.
Okay. All right. This next one is, you remember Kung Fu Panda?
Oh, yeah.
What about Chop Kick Panda?
Oh, Chop Kick Panda and Friends, Rockstar. He's got friends with him.
What's that balloon then to the rescue? And Ratatouille?
Chop Kick Panda.
Ratatong.
Yeah.
It's a
Ratatouille. I don't know.
So Chop Kick Panda.
What about a Mustabisha?
It's not a Mitsubishi. It's a Mustabisha.
She left. Well, she Mustabisha.
God, she's always mustard bitching.
Oh, Nutella. I like Nutella.
Yeah, what about the Nutmaster?
Well,
You don't like the Nutmaster?
I don't like the
Technically,
Nutmaster.
that's what Brown is after losing another bracket challenge.
That's true,
He's
yes.
the Nutmaster.
Hey, we had hang on real quick before you go back to Nutmaster. I had to say something to Jennifer yesterday because a friend of ours texted and asked if we were going to go to the Blackjack at Tom Petty concert. And my wife's only response is, it depends on if Ryan is at Testicle Festival then. And I was
That's
like,
awesome.
Could you add a little context to the rest of that text, please?
He has been wanting to do this for years. His solo, by the way.
His habits are starting to get in the way of our good times.
I mean, my
He's a bit
gosh.
of a foodie.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You love a good Oreo, but you got to have a cream between.
Cream betweens are good, man.
Oh, nothing pisses Maggie off more
Than what?
Than a cookie called cream betweens.
Oh, my. Oh, my.
Jeez.
And you got the Sprite. Let's call it right.
Yeah.
You got Fanta. Let's call it fancy.
It's so fancy.
And then Coke, you got Club Cola. Same exact logo. I don't know how
they get away with that one. You got
Well,
that.
this is obviously overseas.
That's got to be overseas. Yeah.
And then the last one is the little train that won a medal.
I mean, why could they not do the little train that could?
Because that's already been written.
Yeah. $3.79.
This is my version.
Including tax.
There's light at the end of the tunnel for him. He's a happy dude.
He's got the Streamliner medal, though. Good for him.
He won a medal.
I like those, Rockstar.
That's why we're fighting hard to get copyrights enforced around the globe, right there, my friends.
No doubt.
Drinking the original here on our desk. We appreciate the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino Studios, the proud sponsorship there. Always a good time to watch the games over at the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino. When we come back, Todd Fuhrman joins us from Las Vegas, where last night UAB got a semifinal win in the NIT. They'll face North Texas, two Conference USA teams for the NIT championship coming up Thursday night, 8:40 on ESPN2. We'll talk to Fuhrman about the Final Four and some NFL win totals, that and more, when we come back on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
New hour here. Brownie's about to tell you about Bromberg's, and then we're going to jump right in to Todd Fuhrman out in the desert to talk about the big games coming up this weekend and some win totals. Well, a couple of notes from the NFL as Brownie gets ready to tell you about Bromberg's. Atlanta, the Falcons picked up Calais Campbell, 36 years old, leaves the Ravens. He's the oldest person at his position in the league at 36 as a defensive lineman.
Yeah, he's not going to give you much more, but he's probably still got enough gas in the tank to give you a little bit.
Hey, and by the way, you saw this on the ticker last night, 2 $6 billion offers for the Commanders, including Josh Harris, Magic Johnson's group there. If that ends up being the figure, it'll pass the most paid for a professional franchise in the U.S. of $4.65 billion by the Broncos.
I mean, if the Commanders are worth that, what are the Cowboys, Yankees, things like that worth?
Absolutely. Hey, you get all the value with our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established themselves as a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and at the Summit. And you view their store online as well, brombergs.com. That is brombergs.com. Todd Fuhrman is with Bet the Board Podcast out in Vegas, bettheboardpodcast.com, former odds maker at Caesars Palace, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. Do I have to carve out a specific location for you guys to do a live remote tomorrow night from New Orleans as we get a clash of Conference USA Titans vying for that coveted NIT championship in my backyard?
I do not think we're going to make it out there.
All right. I figured you guys would have been working as hard as you possibly can, manning the phones, trying to sell sponsorships, getting out here for that Tuesday night game, the classic that we saw against Utah Valley 88-86 last night, and then, of course, setting up the final between two teams that know each other all too well.
Well, I mean, we're actually in a very precarious position, Fuhrman. We have a long-standing 13-year stance on the show that we do not think the NIT or the CBI or anything other than the NCAA should not exist.
Does that endear you to the UAB faithful? Wow. Does that put you guys on an island? Does it make you a pariah? I mean, how do you kind of navigate through that? If we say the NIT and the CBI shouldn't exist, But here we all are as proponents of college football that will stay glued to our TV sets Friday early afternoon to watch the Bahamas Bowl at the same time.
That is usually the clapback we get.
The conflicts we find ourselves in.
And that puts, and you know what that does? It always puts us in our place.
That's right. Yeah. No,
but we're huge fans of AK and Jelly Walker and that UAB team, and we're cheering for them tonight. And I watched it last night, and you're right. What an entertaining night of basketball. I'll ask you, you watch a lot of basketball, not just in tournaments, regular season. Have you ever seen anybody, even when they're getting blown out, go 9 minutes and 7 seconds without scoring like Wisconsin last night?
I mean, I kind of joked on social media that it was the point de resistance for all Big Ten postseason basketball this year, that if that was going to be the Mona Lisa, that was the perfect way for them to go out on top, with Wisconsin not scoring a single point in the final 9+ minutes. Now, I know SEC enthusiasts know that we've grown accustomed to that brand of football early on Saturdays from the Iowas and the Wisconsins of the world, but seeing it on the hardwood took things to another level, and I think, North Texas obviously deserves a ton of credit for what they did defensively, but for a game that had 70 points scored in the first half to come in under the closing total at 115, I have to imagine there were a lot of irate fans that thought they were going to have a rocking chair winner as far as their tickets were concerned for that particular basketball game.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com. The real reason, Fuhrman, that we are not headed to Vegas, we had planned on being headed to Houston after tomorrow's show. That is not happening now. But 4 teams are. How big is the gap between UConn and everyone else as far as odds go? They are clearly the best team left in this. What are the odds? Tell me.
They are the odds-on favorite right now. If you wanted to bet UConn to win the national title, you'd have to put up $1.25 to make $1 coming back. You could get the other 3 combatants at a price right around plus 105. But the way the tournament has gone, I mean, count Miami out at your own peril. I mean, this is a team that has found ways in the closing moments of basketball games to make shots, to lean on their offensive capability, since we know that they're a little bit short on the defensive side, and exceeded odds makers' expectations. I mean, a 16-1 run against Drake to close that out. They outscore Texas down the stretch 30-14, and Jim Larrañaga really has this team believing in what they're capable of doing. And the craziest part about it, when you look at Miami's full body of work, I don't think any of us saw them as legitimate national title contenders coming in, but they still were ACC regular season champions, so the pedigree is there. And I think that's the heavyweight matchup we'll get on one side of the draw, although I can tell you my bosses at CBS and those folks organizing the Final Four would have much rather preferred Texas and a little cachet in this game more so than Miami. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have the Cinderella stories of Florida Atlantic and San Diego State. I know we look at the Aztecs, who have kind of established a gold standard, so to speak, as far as college basketball perennial powers that just haven't been able to get this deep in a tournament, but still a little bit unusual to see them one game away from playing for a national title.
If Florida Atlantic, and I don't think they can, but if Florida Atlantic somehow closed this deal, how would they rank in all-time long shots to win this?
Surprisingly enough, when you look around at their odds, they were about 200-1 to make the Final Four in early December. So you're talking about an improbable pathway for them to get here. But you look at their full body of work, and we talked about them on the Bet the Board podcast going into the round of 64, how grossly underseeded they were. Now, of course, that comes with the caveat that I don't think we thought that they had a legitimate chance to win the national championship. But this would definitely be the true Cinderella story as far as college basketball is concerned. And I'm not going to quite go as far as Leicester City, obviously, who won the English Premier League a handful of years ago. But this would be one of the more remarkable runs to win a national championship, even that much more improbable had TCU gotten the better of Georgia in the national title on the college football side.
Well, because of the underseeding of FAU, I would imagine that San Diego State and FAU has not really shaken the foundations of Las Vegas. All the casinos are still good, right?
Yeah, most of the books should be okay in this spot. A lot of them didn't even offer national title odds on Florida Atlantic until the tournament started. So they may cry from the hills that, they have a couple of tickets for, a little bit of cash outstanding on the Owls. But for the most part, these won't create a whole lot of liability. UConn is an interesting team. Some books did take sharp money on the Huskies early in the year because they just didn't move the number fast enough. I mean, UConn didn't start the season nationally ranked inside the AP poll, and you look at the way the Huskies campaign has gone, it's really been a tale of 3 seasons. 14-0 out of the gates, took the world by storm, moved up to number 1 in the country, went 2-6 over an 8-game span, and over the last 13 games, they've regained some of that early season form, going 11-2, and of course, blowing through all 4 opponents thus far in the Big Dance. The only real roadblock that they encountered was St. Mary's, who dealt with an injury and just didn't have any answers in the second half.
Well, listen, we'll talk NFL win totals and then some baseball with you before you leave. But quickly, UAB and North Texas tomorrow night. I may have missed it. Do you like UAB? You like North Texas? They played 3 games already. You got a pretty good feel about how this game's going to go, right?
Yeah, high level of familiarity for sure. When you look at North Texas, they obviously got the better of UAB the first 2 meetings, but in the matchup that mattered the most in the Conference USA tournament, you saw UAB exact their measure of revenge with a 76-69 win. So I think a lot of people look at the total and go, wait a second, why is this number so low, 127.5, 128? I don't think we'll see the same level of nerves, knowing that these teams are familiar with one another. But I look at the number, the way it's trending. I'd love to be able to get North Texas as a 3-point underdog in this spot. But for me, I made UAB a 1.5-point favorite, so I'm pretty much in line with the market as the way things stand right now.
Okay, let's talk NFL win totals. We're a month away from the draft, and I would imagine after the draft, some of these numbers could change a little, but not a lot. If you're a Rams or Buccaneer fan, 2 recent Super Bowl champions, the Rams a 7.5 win total, and the Buccaneers at 6.5. Whew, that changed quickly, Fuhrman.
Hey, that's what happens. You sell your soul to try and win the Lombardi Trophy, and then you come crashing back to earth. We kind of knew that the other shoe would drop on the Buccaneers eventually once Tom Brady hung it up, unless they had a succession plan in place there. And as far as the Rams, look, I mean, this was the true epitome of a roster that was studs and duds. If they stayed healthy, the sky was the limit for what they were capable of accomplishing. But when you deal all of that draft capital, I don't think you're going to trade that Super Bowl championship for, staying competitive and being mired in NFL purgatory. When I look at the Bucs, they obviously play in a division that has no clear-cut front runner. The fact that the Atlanta Falcons believed it was proper time to name Desmond Ridder as their starting quarterback in the end of March is a little bit mind-boggling to me. But you don't have a single team in that division that's going to have a win total over 8.5 unless Carolina does something out of the ordinary in terms of, drafting players and looking to acquire a couple other veterans. So wide open there. As far as the Rams are concerned, unfortunately for them, they're in full rebuild mode. The only good thing they have going for them is that the Arizona Cardinals still play in that same division to prop them up. So it's the 49ers and Seahawks until further notice. But the NFC remains wide open, and there's nothing to say that one of these 2 teams couldn't surprise with softer schedules.
Todd Fuhrman, bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com. Also follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman, former oddsmaker at Caesars Palace. And he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Before you go, Major League Baseball opens tomorrow. I have seen Dunaway had some odds yesterday. I think had the Braves in front of the Mets. Am I right about that?
Yeah, the one it was a power ranking from somebody. I think our friends at the Athletic. So it wasn't gambling related, but it was Astros, and then it was the next 6 teams were all National League teams.
Yeah, I've seen the Mets in front of the Braves, but to Dunaway's point, it's pretty heavy National League overall to win it all, is it not?
For the most part, once you get past the Astros and Yankees in the American League, the next 4 teams, depending on which book you're looking at, Braves, Dodgers, Padres, Mets, kind of throw a blanket over those 4 teams, and that's where things start to get a little bit more interesting. As far as the National League East, though, and the way things lay out there, I was a little bit surprised by what emerged with the Braves and their starting rotation, going to look to give some young kids a crack early on, especially with Kyle Wright starting the season on the IL. This core is going to be locked up, so Braves fans have nothing to be worried about whatsoever. But I do think the market has overreacted a little bit to the injury to Edwin Diaz at the back end of that Mets bullpen. Look, I'm not as enamored with this Mets roster as some people, but I don't think the market should have moved from 7-1 on the Mets out to 9.5-1. If you're looking to try and catch a team that a lot of people aren't talking about, and I know the number has come down a touch, I think Seattle is built to really compete in the American League. And when I look at the landscape as far as being a little bit more top-heavy than people think, if the Mariners can get pitching and Luis Castillo, Robbie Ray and company can anchor that rotation down up top, you have a transcendent talent in Julio Rodriguez. You pick up a player like Teoscar Hernandez, and I don't think that organization is afraid to spend some money. So the Mariners would be a team, if you wanted to take a little bit of a flyer on a future, right around 20-1 to win the World Series.
Lunsford from the back row asked with Secession, can you bet on, remember Game of Thrones? People were wondering who was going to end up on the Iron Throne at the end. Can we make a bet on Secession who's going to end up owning the company at the end?
Those are the kind of odds you have to look around offshore. I haven't seen anything on Succession, but funny story, when it comes to Game of Thrones, we actually pushed and helped create some of those odds with our friends at Bet Online back in the day to put those prices out, especially on the series finale. They obviously knew that somebody had the answer key since the show had been shot well in advance. So typically, if people are looking for spoilers, those are the kind of odds you want to stay away from if you want the drama to remain intact when you're actually watching the show. But should be tremendous. A great first episode to the final season, and it remains anybody's best guess who ends up leading the company going forward.
Who's your favorite character?
I think it's like everybody else. I end up taking the trendy character in Greg just because the one-liners are that much better than everybody else. And I feel like he becomes the perfect fit the way the show's trajectory has gone, that he could find his way into the CEO chair, especially if he surrounds himself with a good board.
He is so funny in the first episode. When I promise you I'm not spoiling anything if you're watching or listening, but the scene in the office once they go upstairs from the party and he's trying to get Logan Roy's attention is so funny. It's just some vintage Greg.
Hey, I mean, he's the one guy that hasn't changed right from the start. He's got that naivete that sometimes pays off, and the writers have done an outstanding job, especially kicking off this season. When I was a little bit disappointed, honestly, the way last season went. So we'll see if they can carry this momentum forward for what should be one of the better shows that we can obviously watch this spring.
How about Paul? Paul in our chat room says his wife's boss went to high school with Greg. That's interesting. I
just want to know if Greg was the same person in real life as they've made him out to be on the show. I mean, if that's not the case, he's a tremendous actor and it's going to actually disappoint me a little bit.
I agree. I hope it's art imitating life.
I hung around for the after show, and Tom and Shiv are British. And
yeah. I saw Tom get interviewed on one of the nighttime shows. I could not believe he was British.
Yeah.
Trust me, as someone who watched Billions in every single episode, I knew Damian Williams, but it's always still jarring to me when I hear him give interviews in his normal native tongue and the British accent compared to when he played Axe on the show. You sit there and go, wait a second. Like, for these guys to get in character and throw their voice that much is simply incredible when I have enough trouble trying to get through this segment without tripping over my words.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what we do every day. But Damian Lewis, to your point, I watched him in Band of Brothers, and when Billions started, or it might have been after Band of Brothers, he did some after-show interview. I was like, holy crap, that guy is British. I had no idea. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah, it really changes the way you view some of these iconic shows that you watch when you go through all of them. And the same can be said for, Charles Hunnam, who played Jax Teller in Sons of Anarchy. So a credit to those guys that are truly masters at their craft, that they can stay in character so well. And it throws you off when you actually hear them in their day-to-day because you grow so accustomed to seeing them playing these roles that we all come to love so much.
All right, all the NCAA tournament games, remaining NIT games, that Major League Baseball information right there at bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com. He is Todd Fuhrman. Follow him on Twitter as well, at Todd Fuhrman. Thank you, Fuhrman.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy the games this weekend.
All right, buddy, you too. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Shiv's British?
Yeah, absolutely.
I knew Tom was. I didn't know Shiv was.
British or Australian. She was in the post show. She was speaking that way.
I think she's Australian. Yeah, I think I remember seeing her interview now.
Yeah, I can't tell the dialect apart, because it was just a penal colony for the Brits back in the day. But
Rockstar's favorite kind of place.
Yeah,
penals are the best ones.
We do need some new T-shirt ideas. Could we do? I've got nipples. You're going to try to milk me, Greg? That's a good one.
That's actually, I think you thought that was from Succession. That's from Meet the Parents.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
We
the
just
rock.
do- and then have a quote Succession. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, it's the rock.
They can't sue us in.
It's the Robert De Niro line there at the
That's
first time
right.
he's ever met at the
That's
dinner
right.
table. And he's talking about how the cat that got abandoned, so he had to milk the little cat. He
That's
goes,
right.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
That's right. The whole
Such a
time I thought
funny
it was a
line.
Tom and Greg line that
Nope.
you've been doing all these years.
It is not.
Brooks said Sons of Anarchy is a must-watch show. I remember A.J. McCarron, when he used to come on our show back in the day on radio, would tell us how much he loved that show, Sons of Anarchy.
I've never watched Sons of Anarchy. Can you give me a synopsis? Just a basic storyline? Anybody?
I've never watched it.
Motorcycle gang?
Yeah, it's like a motorcycle gang. And Katie Seagal in that was on.
Couldn't tell you.
Peg from Married with Children.
Yeah, Married with Children. I've never watched it either, but I know it's about a motorcycle gang. That's it.
Our show's brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
All right, thank you.
That's
I've
called
gotta-
Not Interested.
Got to get 30. I only have to get 36 of these in every day, right?
Yeah, all right, sir, shut up.
I have to blend them in every day. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they fix it, and they fix it right the first time. If I ask you, if you ever wake up and something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, or even flushing right, does it really piss you off and just ruin your day? Don't let it. Remember the name Hemp Hill. They'll take care of that problem and make it easy, easy, easy. They fix it right the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, and great discounts right now if you tell them you heard about it here on the Next Round. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Tide Hoops News. So that's where AJ got the tattoo idea from.
Potentially.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know
where what the birth of that was. I remember there was a lot of talk about it.
Yeah. Anyway, look forward to, I think a new Ted Lasso drops tonight, and our new Secession drops, is it Sunday night? All the way to Sunday?
Yeah. You know, I'm so accustomed to the way things work now. When we were driving back from Louisville, Lance called us, and this was on Saturday, and you asked him if he had watched Succession. And I said, "Oh, did the whole season? Does it drop today or tomorrow?" And you're like, "No, Brown. It's going to be one at a time."
I like that better.
I know, but I was like, I'm so used to just being able to watch an entire season anytime I want to. It was a little jarring when you reminded me I was going to have to wait every week for this.
Well, they've learned that this is the best way to do it, right? To keep people dialed in, not just buying and dropping.
Yeah, because you forget that you watch it in one weekend and you totally forget about it. Like if it's drawn out, that you have people talking every Monday about, did you see Succession?
Yeah.
So. And that does build it up for me,
Correct.
and I enjoy the experience more this way.
The anticipation.
Yeah, I think I'm with Rockstar. I think I like it better this way. Now, that said, I watched Breaking Bad. I binged it. Ozark, I watched it as it was released, but I would binge Ozark.
Yeah.
Inevitably, I'd watch it all in one weekend.
No, if you are starting late.
Yeah, binge is great.
It's fantastic to be able to binge to catch up, because I did not watch the first 4 or 5 seasons of Game of Thrones, but I caught up and then was able to watch the entire final 2 seasons, I think, when everybody else was watching it. But it is hard watching, I watched The Sopranos over a decade after it stopped running.
So did I.
And so I would be like wanting to talk to people like, man, can you believe what Tony did last night?
Yeah.
And people were like, dude, that was 10 years ago.
Yeah,
what are you talking
I didn't do
about?
anything last night.
Yeah, bada bing, am I right?
Oh, my.
Hey, but I mean, Better Call Saul is still on, right?
No, it's done.
Is it done? Because Jennifer and I are...
Netflix is releasing the last season, maybe this month or next month.
Jennifer and I are in season 3 right now.
What is there, 5 seasons?
Ooh, I don't know.
6 seasons.
So we may need to slow it down if season 6 isn't available.
I mean, it gets better and better.
Oh, it is so good.
I like it better than Breaking Bad.
We've really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Jay Moe's Ted Lasso's the funniest show. Love it. Check out the makers of Ted Lasso did Shrinking with Harrison Ford and Jason Segel, and a really great cast. The daughter in that's a fantastic actress, great character there. It's sort of a dark comedy, but it is really well done. It's a feel good like Ted Lasso, J Mo's. If you like that, it's on Apple Plus as well. Shrinking has a few F words in it, but nothing too bad. Nothing you don't hear on this show from Lance. Yeah. All right. When we come back, I got 4 downs, and then we'll get into that Heather Dinich story. Show being brought to you today in part by our friends at MyBookie. We just talked to Fuhrman.
Yep.
If you want to take any of the Fuhrman knowledge and maybe learn a little bit and take it to mybookie.ag, what a great place to do it.
Yeah, you go there at mybookie.ag and use code NEXTROUND the first time you're there with that sign-on bonus. So you get a sign-on bonus up to $2,000 with code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Now, look, a lot of places are going to give you a sign-on bonus to get your business, but what they don't tell you is they've attached some strings to it. You've got to bet it 4 times, 5 times, sometimes up to 10 times for it to become yours, not mybookie.ag. No, sir. You bet it one time, it is yours and yours forever. A sign-on bonus up to $2,000 that could be yours after one bet at mybookie.ag. That's when you use code NEXTROUND at sign-up. Code NEXTROUND, mybookie.ag. The NIT games, the games in Houston this weekend, Major League Baseball starts tomorrow, weekly blackjack tournaments, NBA, all of that right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. That is mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're about to do 4 downs today. Before we get to that, a couple of things you guys are chatting about in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. After Brownie tells us about our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur is where you find Johnston RV Center. Make every weekend spring break, man. Spring break's about to wrap up for a lot of kids in this state. Hey, listen, you just make every weekend spring break at Johnston RV Center when you buy things like the 2022 Shasta 19BH. $39,472 was the original MSRP. The sale price, $24,937, $239 a month for 180 months at 8.99% APR, 10% down with approved credit. It's the bunkhouse model, the U-shaped dinette. It is right there at the Coleman location. I-65 exit 304. You can see everything at the 334 location in Decatur as well, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Jessica, one of our great female listeners, Harrison Ford, said the script from Shrinking was the best he'd ever read. Lunsford, you're telling me one of the actors from Ted Lasso actually wrote that?
Yeah, the guy that plays Roy Kent, he also writes for Ted Lasso, but it was him, Jason Segel, and then a guy named Bill Lawrence who does Ted Lasso too. He's off camera, but Brett Goldstein is his name. He's the one. He went on, I think it was Seth Meyers, and said like he got invited to a party for Harrison Ford, and he walked in and he saw a script for Shrinking like sitting on the table, and he's like, "Oh, I wrote that." And Harrison Ford's like, "That's the best show, or that's the best script I've ever read." And he's like, "You want to be in it?" hell yeah, I want to be in it. And he's like, all right, let's go eat dinner. And then they walked off.
Wow.
And that's like how it happened.
It's pretty cool.
That is fantastic. And the Roy King character wasn't even supposed to be in Ted Lasso, right? And they had written that part, and finally they couldn't find a guy to play it.
Yeah, because Ted Lasso came about from the guy that plays Coach Beard in it, like the coach with Jason Sudeikis. They were in a comedy troupe. They kind of came up with the idea for it. You know, they had the commercials like for the NFL and all when NBC signed the Premier League, but then they decided to add that character to it, and I mean, he's probably the fan favorite character of the show.
Yeah, works out really good. Interesting there. And Bobby doing work of the show here in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. He said since Brown tapped out, he finished watching MILF Manor all the way until the season finale.
I watched one episode.
Yeah, Brown never tapped out. Brown never started. Rockstar actually watched the first episode for us. He tapped out.
It was not. I mean, it was the same thing that we guessed that it was going to be their sons, and you just have to watch.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
Well, it was their sons, but you have to watch your son flirt with another MILF.
Yeah, but here's the twist. Bobby gives it to us. It starts off with the MILFs, right?
Uh-huh.
And then the bachelors who are in the manor with them ends up being the sons of other contestants who are
Correct.
the MILFs. And at the end, the twist at the end, daughters of the MILFs are blended in, and all the couples broke up except for one, according to Bobby. All the young boys, shocking news here, ended up wanting to be with the younger girls instead of the older women.
Do you think? Do you think a lot
plot
of
twist?
You think a lot of relationships between moms, daughters, and boyfriends and girlfriends were made healthy out of that situation?
Well, what if I had included a camera crew the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, you think that came
And
out as
alcohol.
like healthy situations after that?
Yeah. So thank you, Bobby, for. I know you don't want to meddle or anything, but thank you.
Well, the best part is the twist that they do is you share a room. You have a double bed with your mother in your room, in your suite. If you find a woman, Mom, I'm taking Teresa up tonight, so you need to sleep up. Or, son, I'm taking David up tonight.
So you need to find somewhere else to sleep.
And it's just so uncomfortable. Like, Mom, no, don't
Not
take him.
David.
Yeah, he's just using you. He's sweet.
Yeah, he just
So
beat me at ping
uncomfortable.
pong the other day. Don't
Oh,
do that.
God.
All right, let's do 4 downs right here. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Brownie will tell you about that, and I'll give you the 4 downs.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Listen, it's who I trust for work on my family vehicles. You can as well. VulcanTireandAuto.com. Listen, basketball season right now. We're focused on that, right? NIT in the Final Four. Well, don't forget to focus on your vehicle and keep it in top shape. The ASC certified mechanics of Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family vehicles. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Sean Payton says former Auburn quarterback Jarrett Stidham could 100% be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Does Stidham ever get his shot to be a starter somewhere in the league?
Now, are you asking me like somebody gets hurt and he finishes the season, or some team says this is our guy, we're starting him?
At some point, does some team say, all right, this guy's done enough as a backup, or we will get rid of Russell and promote him at Denver?
I don't know how they get rid of Russell. They've got so much invested in him. There's no way they're going to, to be able to do the way he's played to offload that on anybody else. He'd just have to retire.
Well, we've seen a lot of people as backups eventually get a shot, even though it seems like the league is just rolling dice on young guys left and right now.
I'm going to say no in Denver, but what I'm going to say is he gets a few starts under Peyton enough that he gets a look somewhere else. So I'll say yes, but not in Denver.
Second down.
I agree with you. I don't necessarily think he ever gets a shot, though he's good enough to be that guy.
I mean, Denver's only going to be injury. I mean, you're not going to get rid of Russell Wilson.
You pay him so much, you got to play him.
Yeah, you pay him so much, you got to play him. So it's going to require him to retire, and he's not quite there yet.
And I'll be honest, if Sean Payton says I can play somewhere else, that would get my interest if I'm another NFL team. But you're probably going to go even somewhere else to be a backup and get a chance to hop in there. But do I think Stidham right now could perform better than the Russell Wilson I saw last year? 100%.
A lot of quarterbacks could.
Couldn't do worse.
Last year, but now wait till he gets paired with Peyton. Can Peyton get the best out of Russell Wilson? That's what you don't know.
Happy birthday, Elle McPherson. She's 59 years old today, Elle McPherson. Rockstar is Googling to pull up swimsuit issues, or I don't know where you're going.
Business casual.
Business casual. My question is, and we'll go around the room except for Tyler, who wasn't alive when Sports Illustrated put out magazines. Your favorite SI cover swimsuit model of all time, Brownie.
Elle McPherson was pretty strong. I'm going to steal Dunaway's playbook because I don't remember a ton of names and go Brooklyn Decker.
You are stealing my playbook. Brooklyn Decker was always mine. I enjoyed a little Kate Upton, but I think Elle McPherson may have been mine, number one back in the day. Lunsford, did you have one? I mean, I know you were a gamer and stuff. You may not have noticed girls until you started working up here.
Sports Illustrated swimsuit issues all my whole life. Marissa Miller for me.
Oh, Marissa Miller. Tyler, do you even know what we speak of, man, when it comes to swimsuit cover girls?
I only remember the one with Kate Upton.
Kate Upton.
Yeah, Kate Upton's going to register for a lot of people, I think.
You know, mine was
Kate Upton makes you thirsty.
John Stamos?
I wish. I was obsessed with Kathy Ireland.
And then
I heard her talk.
She did have good-looking eyes, though, didn't she?
She green eye, or I think she was beautiful. I was obsessed with her when she was on the cover on one. I was probably in 6th or 7th grade, and then I had an awakening. But yeah, that Kathy Ireland.
Didn't Kathy Ireland have a photo shoot for Necessary Roughness that was pretty good?
She was. She was the kicker for Necessary Roughness.
Yeah.
Yep. And she had the cut-off the promotional
That's right.
photo.
Yep,
the cut-off T-shirt.
Yep.
That barely covered everything it needed to cover.
She had to shower with the boys. It was super uncomfortable.
It was not.
Sinbad. Jason Bateman put the straight guy.
Yeah, I know.
He did.
Let's do third down.
Third down.
Hey, I told you earlier, WrestleMania 39 this weekend at SoFi Stadium out in Los Angeles. If you had accommodations, airfare, and the best seats in the house, would you rather go to WrestleMania 39 this weekend or the Women's Final Four?
And 39 is where? WrestleMania 39 is where?
SoFi Stadium in L.A. The other one is in Dallas, Texas.
I like Dallas better than I do L.A. I've never been to a WrestleMania. I've been to a ton of basketball games, so I'd probably go WrestleMania.
You'd go WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Best seats in the house. Lunsford, you sort of fallen off the wagon when it comes to wrestling. Would you go Women's Final Four or WrestleMania?
Yeah, but the spectacle of WrestleMania, and it's 2 nights, so you get 2 nights of entertainment.
Well, you get 2 nights of the Women's Final Four, man.
Well,
He's got you there, Lunsford.
Actually, you get 3 because you got the off day in between.
Yeah, but no, I would go to that over the men's Final Four just for the spectacle of it all. I mean, if
you
it's
go
not,
to WrestleMania more than the men's Final Four?
I go to WrestleMania over probably anything other than the Super Bowl or national championship.
Turn his mic off.
Taylor Swift?
I go to it over Taylor Swift.
Oh, come on now. I've got my tickets for Taylor
The
Swift.
spectacle of WrestleMania blows everything
I
out
just
of the water.
remember
There's no way the spectacle of WrestleMania blows away the spectacle of the Eras tour of Taylor Swift.
Wow.
She dives into the stage. She has costume changes.
I've seen it all.
She
I know.
elevates. She plays on a piano.
I'm
Different
gonna play
ones.
on this here piano.
There's flashing lights. It cannot be better than the spectacle of Taylor Swift.
Lunsford, you're too young, but I vividly remember being in Rusty Bouchard's living room with a group of Indian Oaks kids when WrestleMania 3 first came on, and they did that establishing shot at the Pontiac Silverdome.
Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan.
And it was filled to the rafters. The energy, and I remember as a kid thinking, my gosh, if I could be there. I mean,
and more people will be at WrestleMania than will probably be at the Final Four this year because nobody's playing in it. The men's Final Four.
I don't know about that.
I would go.
And it's 2 days.
And for the instead of the WrestleMania, I would rather go to the NIT final.
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Go see UAP play North
I would
Texas.
do that over WrestleMania.
You're going to see that at Bartow Arena this year.
Too many people. No, thank you.
Yeah, and by the way, you hate Las Vegas.
I don't hate it. That's good people watching. I don't like these participating in it. I love to walk around. I'm the one that goes to the aquarium.
Hey, people were bashing the venue last night and how, it wasn't very crowded, smaller than Madison Square Garden. I kind of like it better. Like, the fans are closer to the action. They feel more into the game. Madison Square Garden was just dark and empty for the NIT finals back in the day. I think I kind of like it better in the small arena. Now, next year, it's going to be at Butler Fieldhouse or Hinkle Fieldhouse at Butler, which I think is pretty cool, too.
Yeah, may end up finding a permanent home there, by the way.
It could. I don't know. NCAA owns it now, so them moving it to Indianapolis wouldn't be
Get to sleep in their own beds.
too foreign, yeah.
And Hinkle has such a great history in basketball. One more down.
Fourth down.
Baseball starts tomorrow. I'm not going to say Braves versus the field, but if I say National League East versus the field, So you get
to win the pennant or win everything.
To win the World Series, because that gives you Braves, Phillies, Mets,
which is really good.
Yep.
But I don't Padres, Dodgers,
as opposed to Padres, Dodgers, Astros, who's pretty good right now. Mariners.
I'll take the field.
Yankees, Cardinals supposed to be surprisingly good this year.
Give me the field.
You would take the field.
I would take the field. Yeah.
Would you want to do a steak on it?
We can circle back. We can circle back, Rockstar.
Remind me to bring that up tomorrow. Maybe I'll get him in the steak because I think I would take the National League East.
I think you would definitely want the field.
Are we going to do our thing that we do every year where we pick the pennant champions? And
I don't think we ever come back to that.
We will now because Taylor's here. We have not made it to the 1-year Taylor anniversary yet, Taylor Corn.
Okay.
And she does a great job of doing several things. One of them is building graphics that we can save forever and bring those back up. So she'll build a graphic of our division
I mean, I'm
picks.
fine doing it. I just want to, if we do it, I'd like to come back and say, who got the most stuff right.
Yeah, well, I think we didn't do it last year because we all sucked.
Probably so. And I think we go a little too deep on MVPs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let's just pick the division winners, World Series winners. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Or wild card if you want to do 2 wild cards, whatever.
So not the whole playoffs.
Can we not do Cy Young too?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. We've done all that. Cy Young and MVP. I don't want all that.
No Golden Gloves.
No Golden Gloves. All right, at third base.
And no hitters.
Yeah, overrated. No, I say we do division winners, wild cards, World Series matchup, World Series world champion. That's it.
Just 3 division. Is it 3 or 4 divisions?
I have no idea.
I got done away already.
It's 3
divisions there are.
You're saying 4.
There's 3.
There's 3 divisions. 3 divisions, and so that's 6 divisions total, 2 leagues.
Got it. Okay.
And then the World Series. Okay, I'm with that. We'll get LT to do that tomorrow. I just checked in with LT. He's doing fantastic right now, and he says, I hope you have your 4 downs. I don't have it today. I said, I just did it. Just did it, LT, and it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Vulcan Tire and Auto reminds you while you're focusing on the basketball season and all the tournaments, don't forget to focus on your car as well. They've got ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive that give you the winning service for your family's vehicle, keeping them in top shape. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com.
All right, when we come back, that Heather Dennis story, 3 teams she thinks are poised to make their first ever college football playoff, and a lot more before we're to the top of the hour. Listen, we're getting a lot of play off our Nimari Burnett interview earlier. I got a thought on that, too, in the final segment, so hang with us here on TNR.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. When will we have the Nimari interview up for everyone to see? Is that already ready to roll at YouTube, or is that coming up right after the show? No?
That's a lunch for question.
Okay, right after the show. We'll get that up for everyone to see in its entirety. I'll have a point on that in the final segment. Right here, though, I want to talk about Heather Dinich's story at ESPN.com, and we'll get to that after Brownie tells us about our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. You know, I've been to Woodhouse Day Spa, and I've actually bought my wife a couple of certificates from Woodhouse Day Spa over the years. Absolutely, she loves it, and this is the premier place to go here in the Birmingham area. Everyone watching us across the country, you've got that place, right? Here in Birmingham, it's the Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yeah, Woodhouse Day Spa, Dunaway. Rockstar, your wife actually went there and got the pregnancy massage?
She had the pregnancy massage, and also she has got another massage schedule. I think she had her nails done, too. I think. Do they do nails? I think they do. Or she
they do it all, Rocky.
Yeah, so she was obsessed with that. That's her new place.
Birmingham.woodhousespas.com is the website. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com, right there in the Summit. You heard us talk a lot about it. You get gift cards there as well. You know, Mother's Day is just around the corner. You got birthdays coming up, anniversaries. Woodhouse, Birmingham, the Woodhouse Day Spa in Birmingham. That's a great place for all of it. You can call them up at the Summit, 905-7676, or birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
All right, so Heather Dinich writes the story at ESPN.com. But Brownie, just off the top of your head, I mentioned this to you yesterday when the story came out, so you may have three in your head already, but don't spurt them all out three at one time. But is there a team that pops to your mind instantly that says, okay, I could see them making their first ever college football playoff trip this year?
I think the obvious one would be USC.
I would agree with you.
Returning the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback in Caleb Williams. Lincoln Riley, in spite of not ever being able to close the deal there, certainly knows his way to the college football playoff. He was able to do it year in, year out in his time at Oklahoma. And you know, I'm not going to say they're unchallenged in the Pac-12 by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think they're the best team in the Pac-12 with all deference to Utah and Oregon. So I would say USC would easily be the number one on the list.
I think USC has to be number one. Now, just to catch you up on the history of the college football playoffs, 14 different programs have made it to the playoffs since we started this. 7 of them have only gone one time. And 7 of them have gone multiple times. Nice little split there.
It is. You know, if not for the very first playoff game, I'd say Florida State. But a lot of people forget they were in the very first playoff game against Oregon in the Rose Bowl and got run off the field. But I do think Florida State's got a chance of being back this year. Unfortunately, they do not qualify for what you just asked.
Yeah, Alabama's been 7 times, Clemson 6, Ohio State 5, Oklahoma 4, under Lincoln Riley, by the way. Georgia 3, Notre Dame twice, Michigan now twice. They've joined the multiple parties. And then there are 7 teams like Florida State that have gone, TCU, Cincinnati, those teams that have gone just one time to the playoffs. So you say USC. Is there another team that you put into the conversation? I have talked a lot about this team in the offseason already, and I think they will not be voted 1 or 2 in their conference, but I feel like this is the year if they're ever going to do it. Lunsford just nailed it, so don't look, but you already looked.
Penn State?
Penn State. I agree with Lunsford, man. Penn State's run game, they return everybody but the quarterback. Everybody but the quarterback. And that team can run. They play good defense. And their quarterback may be better than the guy they had.
Well, Sean Clifford was one of those, enigma is not a good word, but, he's a guy that won a lot of games for Penn State, but never was just this dynamic quarterback. And I think a lot of Penn State fans like the backup anyway. You saw him play a little bit against Auburn down at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and he did look like a pretty good quarterback, but you couldn't bench Clifford because all he did was win games for you, even though it was kind of ugly. And that's the way James Franklin coaches offense. He's generally had ugly offense. Penn State, I'd forgotten how much you talked about them. That's not where I thought you were going on that.
Goose says no Tennessee. They were closer this year. They were closer, and that is Heather's third team, Tennessee. She has Tennessee, USC, and Penn State as strong candidates become first-time playoff participants. And Cincinnati, Michigan, and TCU have all done it, all three of them, in the last 2 years. So we're sort of in a roster flip over. This is the last year of the 4-team playoffs. I just don't feel like Tennessee is going to be at the same level as they were last year. And Georgia, LSU, maybe Alabama, maybe somebody else standing in their way of having Tennessee into that conversation while it's still a 4-team playoff.
Well, I think with Tennessee, and it's so easy to do this with anybody, and you could have done it with Penn. We just did it with Penn State. You start over at quarterback, and Hooker was pretty elite this year. I mean, you'd have to give me that. That was a pretty elite offense with him. How much of that is Josh Heupel? I think a lot of it. How much of it was Hooker's ability? Some of it. Can you get that same play out of Joe Milton and or Nico Amalieva without some of those receivers, too, who are going on to the NFL? You look at that, and, anymore at Alabama and Georgia, you just assume, hey, they got 5 stars waiting on 5 stars to leave at Alabama and Georgia. I don't think Tennessee's quite there yet on their recruiting. So I do wonder how they replace some of those pieces on offense. And Tennessee's defense, especially in the secondary, was not good last year. So they've got to improve that. I mean, that's two things that are big question marks for Tennessee.
Iamaleava.
So I'm saying it wrong?
Yeah, I'm the one that brought Iamaleava to the show.
Iamaleava?
Iamaleava.
Can we just call him Nico?
Always like peas and carrots.
Can we just call him Nico?
Nico Iamaleava.
I'm just going to go Nico.
I'll work on it.
All right.
Yeah, but he apparently is impressing at camp, according to those that cover Tennessee. Josh Heupel impressed with Nico up there. Our buddy John Summerall got a contract extension earlier this week, back on Monday. Did you see that?
Good for him. I did.
4-year extension through 2026, 12-2 last year. Sun Belt champions. John Summerall. You think he's there 4 years from now?
No, I think he'll get a better job. But there again, that to me, I mean, you lost Neil Brown to West Virginia. You get Summerall, you lose him to a bigger school. That's because those guys are successful. So I don't think that's necessarily, and I don't mean to. The chat room's going to love this. I don't mean to drive by on Chip Lindsey here, but you weren't getting those kind of looks with him. So, I think you want the guy that gets the next big job from Troy. That means he's had success.
Yeah, I agree with you a lot there. All right, so that's Heather Dinich, a full read about those teams and the history of the college football playoffs. By the way, Heather right now doing a live hit from the trophy room over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where she's getting ready. Alabama continuing spring practices, and she's making her tour. She was in Auburn yesterday.
She was, and that included an interview they just showed with Nick Saban. So you'll see some Alabama content coming from Heather over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, up talking with Nick Saban, and a little Sports Center hit right now with the gang up there in Bristol. Yesterday she was down in Auburn, so some good stuff coming from there as well. About our interview with Nimari Burnett coming up in the final segment right here on TNR. We're an even 150 days away from the start of the college football season.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Again, Lance is out of town handling a little business. He will be at Odie's tonight for trivia. It'll be Rockstar, Brownie, and LT there tonight. Should be a lot of fun. Odie's, that'll start right at 8-ish, 8 o'clock, 8:30 for trivia night tonight. Brownie, tell them about NASCAR. And then we'll get ready for our trip to Talladega. And I got some final thoughts here on the show.
877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com is where you go to find out more about NASCAR. But it's the Geico 500 weekend coming to Talladega Superspeedway. Friday, April 21 starts with the big one on the Boulevard. Cole Swindell in concert in the infield. Sunday is the Geico 500 on the 23rd of April. You can get tickets by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's where you get all the information, get your tickets, get that garage experience, which is the most immersive in NASCAR. Pre-race ceremonies, driver and crew chief Q&A sessions, access to the NASCAR Cup Series garage bay viewing area, Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane trophy photos, and much more. It is presented by Coolray, the garage experience. You can see all of that and reserve your spot today, 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Listen, a lot of you are reacting to a clip that we sent out on Nimari Burnett in part of the interview. And I would say this is one of those where you probably want to see the entire interview. But for instance, the one clip we sent out, Nimari is just being very, thankful to Alabama. As it says in the clip, Nimari said earlier on our show, it was actually a very tough decision to get into the portal. I don't want to leave this place, and I don't want to leave, what I built and what this team built over this past year. And I've just been reading the comments from that clip. Then don't leave. I'm going to miss you, but I don't know how you can say that but are still leaving. If you go listen to the interview in its entirety, and we will send it out here as soon as we get it up and ready to go. Busy during the show today, but right when we're done, we'll send the entire interview out. Go back and watch the whole interview, and he sort of explains why he has this feeling to hit the portal.
But based on his answer to the question we asked him about his relationship with Nate Oates, how would you, if 100% is, hey, we're boys, we're tight to the end, where would you put the percentage?
Probably somewhere around 65.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was terrible, but also didn't seem like it was 100% healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I just don't know. And a lot of people are reading into that he's being pushed out by Nate Oates. He's being told, maybe find something else that's better for you.
Well, I mean, that is a possibility, but I don't think that would be the case, and I guess next time we have Nate on, we could ask that. I don't think that would be the case because, he got injured this year and he can play such a big role. He's a great three-point shooter and plays elite defense that seems to fit into exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, but Stan's on to something there in the chat room, and I noticed this. It's early in the interview when you go back and watch it. He says, if I am welcomed back with open arms, I would be happy to stay. If you read between the lines of that answer, the arms would be closed right now, right? I mean, if you want to play read between the lines, you ask him, can you come back to Alabama? I mean, have you ruled that out? And he said, hey, listen, if I'm welcome back with open arms, I'm willing to stay. If you play, read between the lines there, it makes it sound like there's not open arms right now.
No.
Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying?
Great Journey song, yes. Landmine believer, Nate is making room. Bama's about to clean up in the portal.
I think they're probably going to be super active in the portal. They already have one player coming out of the portal. I think they'll get more.
Yeah, 700 and 800,000 people in the portal. It's pretty easy to clean up. But
why would you not want to go play for a team that was just the number one overall and is returning some of that team? Coach is still there. I mean, it would be a pretty attractive place to play right now.
I don't know if that's good for the game.
But it is the way the game is now.
So you're telling me if Nick Pringle ends up being in the portal, that somebody's forced him out?
Oh, no. I don't think
Jaden Bradley's in the portal?
I'm not saying Burnett was forced out, but I would say some probably are. Some probably just don't like their situation and they're looking for greener grass.
All right.
Remember sometimes when the grass is greener, Rockstar, it means the neighbor's got a poor sewage tank.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's Coleman Coliseum, right? Is that the analogy? All right. New arena, please. Soon, someday. All right, that's the show. Great having Nimari on. Just a great guy. Wish him nothing but the best. And Nate's apparently hitting the portal and also got to find 2 big assistants to rebuild that coaching staff over there in Tuscaloosa. Alabama fans believe he can get it done, though. They're glad they got Nate over there. We'll be back full tomorrow. LT's back with us tomorrow as well. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.